PUBG MOBILE World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get underway here with our second day of action in our West Conference. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, joined by some fantastic gentlemen who I'll introduce in just a few seconds of time because we have $3 million on the line over the course of these 4 days for all these teams to win and donate to the charity of their choice. And hopefully we can get a lot of money in the hands of charity here. We get to see some great plays at the exact same time. Let's bring in our analysts now because I like to be the most handsome man on the show. It's in my contract for the first at least 15 seconds of it. But now more handsome gentlemen joining me here with Frost and Seven Worlds Gaming. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Yeah.
I'm doing great, man. Sorry, for some reason, I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing great too. I mean, we had a wonderful first day, and coming into today, it's going to be awesome to see what the teams have learned from yesterday's games.
You guys are just so nice that you let each other talk first. I like that. I respect it. Let's take a look, though, at how the breakdown comes with the money, obviously, going over the course of these 4 days. We have $250,000 on the line for first place to donate for charity, but everyone gets a little bit of money here or there to make sure we get charity money into the hands of charities who are trying to help with COVID relief. We got the likes of UNICEF, Gavi, Direct Relief, International Medical Corps, and King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief, all helping out and bringing you Gamers Without Borders that had $10 million on the line over the course of 6 weeks, but we got $3 million here for PUBG Mobile. We're ending things off with the best game as well, and you can see here how the money does go to relief, especially for UNICEF. $1 million of donations can enable over 270,000 people to be vaccinated with 2 doses. I am super jealous because I'm still on the back of the list in Germany. I'm hoping we can get that eventually going in my country, and I can be vaccinated, and the whole world can be safe here. But guys, I mean, we're seeing how important it is to make sure to get everyone vaccinated around the world, as we're seeing, COVID obviously develop over the course of this, year and a half now. But it's great to see things like Gamers Without Borders to help relieve this and hopefully help make the world be at peace again.
Definitely is. I mean, I've been vaccinated myself. I'm hoping that everybody starts getting vaccinated because I just want to be able to see some of you guys face to face again, man. I miss you. I miss you, Jason. I miss you. Look extra short.
When he says you guys, he means me, Frost, not you. I'm sorry.
What?
Yeah.
No, he's definitely talking to me, not with you. That's for sure.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
Potato,
it's amazing. What? Okay, what do you say? Potato or potato?
7.
What do I say? Potato.
Okay.
Who says potato?
Jason.
Me, when you want to mix it up and have a little bit of fun, just like we're going to have fun here on today's show. Let's take a look at the schedule so you can see where the fun will be held and which battlegrounds. And just like yesterday, we're starting things off on Erangel, heading over to Sanhok second, going back to Erangel, heading over to Miramar, where potatoes will not be able to grow. And then back on to Erangel to finish off our final match of our second day, which will be at our halfway point with 10 matches left to go in both regions. Remember, we have an East Conference and a West Conference. And if you missed out on the East Conference, that did happen earlier on today. But you know what? Go back, watch the VODs. You get to see my lovely face again. Or not lovely, it's fine. You can skip past seeing me and just listen to the fantastic analysts that are going to be there for that one with Blank. But anyway, guys, as we move on into this one, I think it's time to actually see how day one wrapped up, right? I think it's all about where the teams ended up placing, who got the $80,000 for first place to donate towards charity. And let's take a look at our overall standings because we have a couple of teams we expected to be there and a couple of newcomers, I'd say, and the likes of a certain Mexican team.
There is. I mean, Chivas? Where did they come from? I feel like this is the first main event that we've been at. And you know what? Let's actually go through this list because even the #1 team that was able to, by the way, these teams are able to take $80,000 to their charities if they end up in first place after every day. Destiny being able to get 66 points. I thought that was a huge surprise. They started off the day super unlucky with the circles, but they were able to come back and some of their players were able to actually get hot as well. Then we have next Rio Gaming where they were able to step up to 19 esports out of Canada. Came out of nowhere for me, Frost, and they were able to put up a great performance. To be fair, though, they kept winning the engagements against their NA competition in Ghost Gaming, and it pushed them up to 3rd place. And I mean, going back to Chivas, 4th place. This is a team that I can honestly say I was expecting them to be towards the teens, towards the 11, 12s, and 13s. But it's a huge surprise for me to at least see them here with 48 points in 4th place. And then Alpha 7, I was looking at the stats. I'm super surprised that they're currently in 5th place considering the way some of their players performed yesterday. That's one team I'm definitely going to be looking at, Frost.
I want to see more from UDR Kills. We see them currently on 8th place down there with 40 points, but they've been playing pretty decently, and they have the potential to do even more. We saw them, of course, starting off with a 3rd place in yesterday's first game with 8 kills. I want to see them continue on that kind of run, because after that, it kind of slowed down for them, but that's what you want to see. And talking about Chivas and 19 Esports, those two teams were basically dominating on Erangel games. All 3 of the Erangel games, they got themselves a pretty decent both placement and kills, but we didn't see them win a game yet. Both of them, as you can see, towards the top without chicken dinner. So hopefully they can bring one home today, and it's probably going to be on Erangel if any map from those two teams.
Well, oh yeah, I mean, you said it. They were just dominating. When it came to Erangel, especially after the second match, we were like, okay, this team's all right there. We were starting to bet on it too. We were saying these teams are actually going to end up being either second place when it came to Chivas. It didn't happen on the last Erangel, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe today they're able to clutch that win. We got La Conostra here with 39 points, tied with Canina Power. Canina Power, towards the end yesterday, they started to step it up too. The last 2 matches, they ended up with a 4th place in Miramar, 5 kills, and then a 3rd place in the last Erangel with 3 kills. And then we're going to go down the list a little bit more, because we have Ghost Gaming. And
this go down real far. I
actually expected more. I had to give them some. To be fair, though, some of their players, like Tensa, usually starts to pick it up. And guess what? They did start picking it up later at the day. Today, I feel like it's day 2. This is when usually that team shows up. So I'm hoping they make a push. And luckily for them as well, Frost, here, is that none of these teams are kind of running away with it. We have seen a different team win every single match. So they still have a chance to push up, and I mean the lead isn't that big. It's only 40 points, which I mean with Ghost Gaming, I see them being able to get 30-point wins before. It wouldn't be a surprise if we see them towards the top at the end of the day.
Yeah, basically it's all coming down to just one good game. If you can start out off with today's first game here, you're gonna be good, and you're gonna be set not only for the overall leaderboard, but also remember that we have daily prize pool as well, where the winner will take home $80,000 for charity as well. So I mean, you're not just playing for the overall leaderboard, but also daily by daily basis. So clean slates for all the teams, no matter where you're sitting on the leaderboard.
Well, one team sees that clean slate and wants to rise above what they did yesterday. Our #1 team at the end of the first day of regulation. It's going to be Destiny, as we dive into a deeper look at them and the stats that they had in their first day of play. And Fresh, I mean, he did on Unicorn's Love. He's doing it with Destiny, 2,000 damage. He's leading his team completely here, guys.
Yeah, we saw him yesterday already in the first game. I think that's when Sam was talking about him having almost like 700 damage in that game alone. But after that, it dropped off a little bit. But as you can see, all the others are stepping up as well. Even if they're not having as much damage, it's still having the impacts with the knocks, with the kills, and that's what matters. And if you look at the average survival time of all of the teammates as well, it's pretty even, and that's what you want to see, because that means that they're all 4 basically all up throughout the whole game. And if you have all 4 up, it's going to be so much easier to take on any team towards the end of the games.
No,
yeah, and I mean, we have Mihi too with 10 kills, being able to tie that up with Fresh. I thought that was huge. And that's what something that I was going to go back to a little bit here with Destiny, is that they have players in there that they can pop off even if the team overall is having a bad performance. We saw that happen with Fresh once again on the first match. And then on the second match, we saw another teammate being able to step it up and convert those damage points into actual kills, which leads them to more points. And guess what? They did end up being in first place.
Can I tell you a story about Mihi?
Ooh. Story time.
Story. I remember we were talking to him one day, I think it was after the matches, and he was telling us about how he was being driven home from work by his mom while playing in the PMPL matches over in Western Europe. Like, this man is insane. The dedication to be playing even while being driven home, to still perform like he does. This team is definitely a team to watch out for. But there's even another team, hailing from Mexico, that we have to keep an eye out for, as we talked about when we saw their leaderboards. It's Chivas. And this team, I mean, again, they kind of come out of nowhere. That's kind of the upside, right? The best part of these global events, of having these invitationals as well, as you get to see teams you normally wouldn't notice when you're just focused on watching, PMPL North America. I mean, obviously, if you're watching PMPL Latin America, you would see them. But you don't really get to see some of these teams on a global scale. And this team has proven that there are some damn strong players and damn strong teams when it comes to Mexico.
There are. I mean, we can go straight from Fran. Fran was able to put up 1,600 damage. The only thing that I want to see today out of Fran is being able to convert those knockouts. You can see he was able to knock out 10 people yesterday, but was only able to convert 4. If they're able to step it up even more on kills, this is going to be a team to be reckoned with, especially if they continue the performances in Erangel. If we go back to the stats from yesterday, second place, and then I believe it was a 6th place. But throughout those matches, they were still able to get kills, which I thought was really impressive for that team. Usually, when we see a team like this that play passive, they're not able to get as many kills. I was actually very shocked when I saw them being able to at least get consistent over 3 kills throughout every match yesterday. Today, I would like them get a win, Frost. This is what we've been talking about with this team. Being able, you already got 2nd places twice in Erangel. We know that you were able to get the win. It's just, can this team turn it on? Can this team just flip the switch and become aggressive when they need to be? We saw them yesterday on their 2nd place finish on Erangel. They ended up losing to Alpha 7, even though Alpha 7 was mostly on their back against the wall throughout the whole time. Hopefully this team can make that switch today, because if they are able to make that switch, this is a team that they can definitely end up getting a win.
Not only do I want to see them being a little bit more aggressive towards the end game, because that's when you definitely need to be more aggressive. I don't care if you're a little bit passive towards the early game, the mid stage of the games, because you're keeping everybody alive towards the later stage of the game, towards the end game. And when you get there, you got to be able not only being aggressive, but also take more ground. Yesterday, we saw time after time, they were grouping up a lot and they were playing all together as one unit. But there's one bad thing with that, and that is like any other team that is looking towards you, they only need to look for one angle to find all of you. You want to make sure that you get those flanks, broaden out a little bit, make sure that you get a lot of ground, a lot of control. If you have that, ooh, that win, it's gonna come so easy for him today.
Well, speaking of wins, we did have 2 teams with wins yesterday. Alpha 7 and Team K. So the rivalry between Argentina and Brazil when it comes to PUBG Mobile is still alive here at the PMWI. We're going to take a closer look at these 2 teams and their stats against each other on our lovely little radar. And you can see that it's relatively close in some aspects, but the damage, I think Revo probably has a majority of that in his favor for Alpha 7, giving them the lead.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Rebel get, 1,500 damage in one match yesterday, being able to put up a lot of those skills for his team too. The one thing with Alpha 7 that didn't end up working out, and the one stat that we're actually not able to see here, is the survival time. Team Queso is currently leading this engagement here between those two. Even though Alpha 7 has been able to be the more aggressive and the one that's able to knock out more people, something that didn't end up working out for them yesterday was Miramar, the Miramar that we played yesterday, and also the last Erangel. They ended up getting just pretty much kicked out super early, and they were only able to get 1 kill. I think that's why Rebel wasn't able to get that MVP, if I'm really thinking about it. But going back now to Team Queso. Team Queso, the one match that I'm going to be looking at closely today is Sanhok. For some reason, this team loves playing super passive in Sanhok, and sometimes it can be a great thing, and sometimes it can really hinder them. And I noticed yesterday when they decided to be the aggressor team, when they decided to just trust their skills and trust what they're able to do as a team, they pretty much came out on top every single time. So what I want to see out of Team Queso is, hey, don't be scared of taking on fights. Yesterday, pretty much almost every single fight that you were able to be the aggressor to start with, you were able to win. With Alpha 7, it comes down to a player's thing. We always talk about Carrillo being the MVP of that team. Well, guess what? Carrillo was kind of hidden yesterday. He was hiding. He was somewhere else because he only ended up with 3 kills overall yesterday. And I feel like today might be the day for Carrillo to step up.
You know what? Team Queso, they're third on the overall in terms of kills right now. And we know that they're really good on getting those kills. I want to see them being just a little bit more aggressive and trying to get even more kills. But on the other hand, when we're talking about A7, I think they need to either finish up their fights a little bit quicker or try to back off, because what we saw yesterday, time after time, their fights got dragged out and they were down to 1 player from time to times, and those times it was a little bit shaky, it was a little bit nail biter to look at them and seeing like, okay, are they gonna be able to recover? But somehow they managed to recover time after time, and today I hope that they can just like either finish off the fights earlier or back off and take a new approach to it.
I think you're referring to the Alpha Sim vs. Kanina power fight we had happen on our first match of the day yesterday. And you even said the winner of that fight is going to come out as the victors of that match, taking home a chicken dinner. You were right, but not in that sense, because the team that did clean up that fight was Road to Glory, which is a team we're going to be talking about now here and taking a closer look at their stats. They came out with a great third party, cleaning up the kills and getting themselves a chicken dinner at the end of that day. We can see their players and, of course, who's been able to put up the biggest numbers. Now, I will say this. Comparing them just now to the prior teams we had when we looked back at Chivas, we looked back at Destiny, there's no huge standout player. Yes, El Chapo has the most damage, but not by much.
Well, one thing you got to look at when we're talking about El Chapo is the average survival time. It's only 15 minutes. He's getting himself knocked. He's getting himself killed way too early in the games because he's still able to put up that kind of damage, those kind of kills with that average survival time. Imagine if it's all the time he's going to be up for the team. He's going to be there. But what we saw from him yesterday, the second game, really great start. A first place, a second place, but then it dropped off a little bit and we didn't see much more from him. I want to see more from him today, what they did in the first game, for example, with that rotation, coming in, third partying, perfect timing to the perfect spot, knowing that this is the spot where we're going to win the game from. We need to take this fight, but just going to wait for the right timing. And when that is, that's when we strike and we just win the game easily after it.
Yeah, and I think you hit it right there for me. It becomes to El Chapo. If this team can just maintain El Chapo alive a little bit longer with the stats he's being able to pull up, we could have somebody that's going to be contending for that MVP as well. And something to keep in mind, too, that I want to see RTG, the only time they ever passed 3 kills was on their first match that they actually ended up winning. They ended up with 8 kills overall. After that, it was either 2 kills, 3 kills, and then at 1, they actually ended up with 0 kills. So if they can keep El Chapo alive a little bit longer, oh, man, it's gonna be interesting what they're able to do towards the end of the game.
Well, speaking of him, luckily we have an interview that was done before the event began to talk to him about his team hailing from Morocco before the event kicked off. We'll check in with that when we come back. We have our first match ready to go.
Since we brought a new member, we started playing as much as we can to improve the synergy of the team, and that's the really most important thing. Otherwise, everyone is working on his individual skills, trying to play the game as much as he can. And for the team, we play around 3 scrims a day. Depends on our schedule if we have events or tournaments. But we try to play as much as we can. And we watch the other teams, how they play, and we try to work it out. What makes us strong as a team is that we play together since a long time, at least 4 of us play together since more than 1 year, and we have a good teamwork, and as they say, teamwork makes dream work. That's what we're strong at. And we're trying to, and our game style is trying to get as much placement points as we can. We play on positioning more than fighting. We are playing the tournament to represent our country, Morocco, in our best way, and we will try our best to get our best results and maybe be on top 5 teams.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're ready to go as we're getting into our first matchup here for the day. I'm Verum, joined by Mustache Dave. Day number 1. It's pretty darn stellar, Dave, and I'm excited to see how things continue to progress here into day number 2. Team has had a little bit more of an opportunity to study their opponents, look at their rotations, and I expect to see those little mistakes we saw on day number 1 get cleaned up just a little bit.
Exactly. Yesterday, kind of the main theme was, hey, it's only day number 1, so some teams, they like to start late. Today, we're 50% done with this event, so we can't really use that excuse anymore. And I spoke to a couple teams at mid-pack bottom on the leaderboards. They told me, Dave, we're looking to correct these tiny little mistakes and make that climb up that leaderboard here today. So, like you said, Paul, today is going to be a huge day for some of these bottom teams.
And there's still so many opportunities. We've still got 15 games left over the next 3 days. Chances for teams to change their fortunes. Those squads down towards the bottom of the pack, nothing is set in stone. But after today, this halfway mark, the squads that aren't on that first page, well, it's going to get a little bit tougher. We'll keep an eye on them as we get into our very first game here on Erangel. Will the teams that the analysts highlighted at the start of the show step up, or will some of these other squads take the cake, or in this case, the chicken dinner?
What up? Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, day number 2. PUBG Mobile World Invitational. This is the west side of things. Of course, powered by Gamers Without Borders. 5 games here today. Paul, yesterday, Pachinki, Guns versus Ghost. We saw in the final map of the evening, Guns actually got wiped out from Ghost. The other 2 Erangel maps, both teams kind of went their separate directions. So I'm curious, what's going to unfold here today in the 3 Erangel maps?
Part of me wants Guns to go in guns blazing. I want to see them go aggressive. I want to see them try and take an early fight here just to prove to themselves and to Ghost that they can hang, that they can contest this squad here at this shared drop spot. That's what I want to see from them. Who knows? We may end up playing a little more passive. We may end up splitting a little bit with this playing path, Dave. Anything is possible.
And I was kind of looking at the numbers. Guns, they're in 12th place, but surprisingly, I was like shocked. They have the most grenades used out of the entirety of the lobby, currently sitting at like 50, right behind them, Team Queso. And I was kind of looking at that because Destiny, first place at the top. They've only used 28 grenades. So I'm curious if they're not even using that much utility. Once when they start to ramp up that grenade usage, like what can Destiny do? Like right now, they're 5 points ahead of that second place. Representing Germany, today's a huge day for that squad.
And as much as that's a statement about Destiny's lack of grenade usage, it's also a statement of how many grenades are Guns missing. They're throwing 50. They don't have that many kills. They don't have that many kills. So how many of those frags are we missing there? Yeah, that is a 10% or 20%. Just assuming it was just grenades, that is a 20% kill rate. So it's even less. It's way less. So. Yeah.
You miss every shot you don't take, all right? That's the motto out here.
Gretzky, Michael Scott, yes.
Here they are.
I agree.
Guns versus Ghost, you know? That grenade usage, we already see them trying to loot up. I think if they want to ramp up that grenade usage and hit those shots, this is the time to do it. In Pachinki, up close and personal with Ghost Gaming. Maybe even some mollies too. Use a molly, section them off, and once when you get maybe one player section off, then all collapse. You know, use your numbers advantage to take them out. So hopefully both teams kind of went back, watched the VODs, watched the movement that each team had yesterday, and they're going to come back today even cleaner.
I think of all the teams in the lobby that I think that is true for, I think it's true for Ghost. You know that Bayo has spent the last day analyzing the rotations, looking at it, seeing how it'll play into how they want to execute themselves, and then what teams they might fight where, and then maybe make some adjustments on their own end in order to, I don't want to say catch, I do want to say catch some of the teams that they probably deem weaker in order to get some of those makeup points in terms of kills, wiping some squads early. So that's what I'm keeping an eye on. I think Ghost Gaming, not the strongest of day number 1s, but I expect that to very much change here in day number 2.
And I think it comes down to just like the unpredictable factor when we look at all the teams representing all the different countries and regions that, you know, you're just not used to going up against. If we compared it to like PMPL, same region, you play in the same lobby, 60 games, right? We only got 20 games here. Yes, they had scrims, but you said it, scrims, a lot of players, they use it to practice new things, not that bread and butter. So I think after yesterday, I agree with you 100%. Bayo studying all night long. You already know. So today is going to be a big day for that squad representing USA.
I'm sure there are a lot of the American fans who are cheering them on, but their first step, the first hurdle they have to overcome, of course, is get out of Pachinki alive. They were able to do so with 100% success in this last day of games, and I don't really expect that to change here. They're not going to opt to take an early fight. Guns also saying, we don't really want that either. We don't want to add an element of unnecessary risk into our early game play. City's big enough for both of us. We're going to back up and go from there. And of course, because of the centralized drop location, frees up so many options for this next rotation, as it is a southeastern circle. All of military still in play, and not a single team over there yet, which I can't say I'm super surprised by, because rotating over and having to rotate back is hyper risky. But we'll take a look at how this circle continues to move.
It is hyper risky. I know we had our fingers crossed last night to get that military base.
Yes.
If there was going to be one team that can really, truly capitalize on a military circle, I'd say Onyx. You know, dead last, about 3 kills all day yesterday. They like to go Primors. We tend to see them going for those ultra wide rotates all the way up there to the north. But with this zone, if I am Team Onyx, I think I might as well just, throw all my eggs in that basket and be like, all right, let's go military base. Let's just do it. And they could do that easily. Take a boat from Primorsk. They can avoid Team Queso. They don't need to use that bridge. And if it does go south, that would be huge for that squad, Team Onyx.
The high-risk, high-reward play, but when you're coming into today with only 4 points, those are the kind of plays you need to make in order to get yourself back into it. I agree, Dave, because right now the other option is you either run into Ghost, Guns, or Queso. None of those are great options for you at this point. Let's be real. So I absolutely wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't hate, going for it, going down. Of course, the chance of getting bridge camped on the way back is certainly there, but at the same time, if it should rotate down, you can play that bridge camp role and you can try and pick up some kills, be that gatekeeper to stop those squads from rotating in. We'll keep an eye on that, though. At this point, I still think it's more likely to be on the mainland, but we'll keep an eye on how these teams are rotating, as we are seeing Ghost doing just that. And so far, being able to thread the needle pretty well moving into this next circle, they're already getting out ahead of their opponents.
Good option for Onyx if they want to get an early water break here today. Because like you said, there's a bunch of strong teams already repositioning out here on the west. Another squad, very interesting position, Konita Power. They're going to be somewhat centering up on the coast near that east bridge. So they're kind of hoping that some teams might go to military base, but we'll get back to that. We got some drive-bys.
What is, Guns just decided to pull a Yui. And go stop for it. They got punished. Spec is knocked. This is actually huge. The two teams that decided not to fight in Pachinki are fighting right here on the road. Here I was complimenting Ghost's rotation, but Guns just literally pulled a 180, drove right past him. You could tell Ghost wasn't paying attention. Their reaction time was hyper delayed. Bayo took a ton of damage. Spectre is dead. And just like this is an opportunity for Guns Esports to take down their fastly budding rival here on Erangel. They know exactly where Ghost is at. Dave, they're going to pop tires. This is big.
That's one of those moments where you might have been looking at that mini-map, repositioning, and kind of coming up with that strategy on the fly to see where you want to go. And I almost feel like as if Guns kind of followed Ghost Gaming out of Pachinki. They recognize, okay, they're moving on out, because almost immediately, Guns also popped in some vehicles, and we started to see them rotate. And now we see them popping those tires. That's huge. I mean, that is utility taken away from Ghost. So essentially, Ghost, they're safe for now. Okay, they're safe for now. Good spot. But eventually, they'll probably have to move on out of here. And without vehicles, they're not going to be able to move very quickly. So depending on how many resources, how much time, frags, Guns they want to devote to this, they can camp out Guns for some time, or Ghost Gaming for some time.
Yeah, that clan tag is an absolute bait. I 100% agree. One thing for both of them is Ghost Gaming did a good job of laying down a smoke there and actually moving their vehicles. I don't know how many tires they were actually able to pop. Second thing, they're dead center in this next circle, and Ghost has a compound. So while on paper, at a distance, it might look like Guns is in a favorable position because they were able to get the kill, now Guns is actually exposed on the coast. So if they get third-partied here by like a Team Queso, this could actually be bad for them. As you can see, Ghost is dead center there in the compound. So not actually the worst thing ever. They obviously just would have loved to be able to get to that compound without losing a player.
Guns, though, I feel like have a lot more room to work with, though, right? They have a lot more room. They're not going to be back against the wall. Next circle goes up, so both Guns and Ghost, they're looking pretty good. I'm telling you, I need to be the Onyx coach right now. I told them, take the boat. Like, right now, we see military base about, 75% in this zone? Nobody there. We see Team Queso, we see 19E. They're trying to make the move. They're trying to claim that nice prime power position right now, but we got to push. We got to pull up.
We do indeed. In the northern portion of the circle here, Chivas, who've done so well on Erangel yesterday, a bit of a rough position because they're split as a team. RTG is here. Priming some nades. Looking to light this one up. Cooking it. Sending it. Not quite appreciating that their opponents are outside of the next building. Rahad having some trouble on the road. As we see Team Queso able to get ahead of 19 to the point where 19 has to pull that U-turn of their own. And this is the position that Team Queso's in right now that Onyx could have been in, Dave.
Yeah.
What could have been?
Huge potential, though. Team Queso now setting up that bridge camp. But Chivas, two of their squad mates still not grouped up. A little hesitant in the back line. So it's going to be essentially a 4v2. Very challenging.
It is indeed, and the nades are flying back and forth. One knock to start that off, and the kill confirmed. Beautiful play there from Chivas. Able to take this down to a 2v3, but where's the rest of the squad? That's my question. They're rolling up right now, so they will have some backup here, as you can see them coming in from the outside. And just like this, RTG, their slower, patient play, not willing to take the numerical advantage, will now be their deficit and potentially their demise. But a nice pop out there from Marshall with the Scar in order to try and level this playing field just a little bit more.
Yeah, Marshall's angle on the opposite end of that broken wall, pretty big, because they were able to recognize the push from the opposite end. And now Jacob trying to heal up, but we hear the gunshots firing out. El Chapo jumping out, pre-firing away. A lot of 1v1s happening right here.
Just like that, Chivas have turned this one around, able to take down multiple members of RTG. They did lose one in the process, but it all comes down to El Chapo, the one who went for the push while the rest of the team was trying to play anchor. And just like this, Chivas is in a position to get our first squad wipe here on the map, going for the revive, UMP in hand. What can they get done? Nice pre-fire around the corner, but a great double peek in response, and the nade to clean it up.
Nice grenade right there. Nice grenade. Yeah, El Chapo, kind of a solo mission, and we know very aggressive player from the squad. Like, they have, I guess, the highest damage done. But right there, could have definitely used their help in that anchor position you called out right there. So we'll see. We'll see what will end up happening. Chivas, though, very consistent on Erangel. That is a good thing, considering Erangel makes up 60% of the map pool here for our PUBG Mobile World Invitational. Now, looking around, Konina Power, they did make their way across that bridge on the east side. Pretty good, but here's the opposite end of that bridge.
Who gets the privilege of trying to fight Konina Power here in just a minute. Clash going up against Alpha 7. Let's see if Carrillo can shake off the jitters that you saw in day number 1. Ravo, of course, doing a fantastic job of still continuing to keep his team in a pretty good position coming into today, starting it off in 5th place. As we're looking towards this next circle, Dave, we center up both landmasters still in play. A ton of water as well. This is a pretty toxic circle, I'm not going to lie.
Toxic scale is at like a 9 out of 10. But look at this fight. MZ really liked that position. They're able to gather a ton of information. They need to make sure not to get knocked from up there, as now we get the cover fire coming on out from Alpha 7, representing Brazil.
Yeah, but they're still somewhat pinned on this side of the cliff right here. And because of the way Clash is positioned, it's going to make it so hard. That one off-angle player is creating so much pressure as Terminus is getting down after down. Nice shots there as Azer at range. The reposition play from Clash, I think Alpha 7 maybe thought they were going to completely bail on this fight, but no, it was a bait. And just like this, Alpha 7 is in shambles. This is the opportunity Clash need to push in right now. Get together, go. You cannot let Alpha 7 reset. They are the most dangerous when their backs are against the wall.
And here comes the push. Grenade in hand. Ooh, you might want to swap back over to that UMP. Their teammates in the vehicles getting it run over. Mollies are everywhere. The fire through the smokes, able to come out on top. They should be able to get the pickup on their squad mates. Clash. Woo! Talking about mopping the floor. Alpha 7. My goodness. Get taken out here.
I want the record to show Terminus did down his own teammate with that name. Just want the record to show. Still
Easy.
A sick play. Still a sick play. Just like this. Axel.
That McLaren, though.
Yep. Too
That
speedy.
McLaren. Too
speedy.
Too quick. Too quick. Yeah, the zone, though. Konina Power. Look at that. They're on the east side of the bridge. Clash up there. We're going to have a lot of teams over here on that west side now, all kind of taking that same passageway to try to get into the circle. It's going to be a challenge.
It is indeed. As we're taking a look at how teams are trying to rotate in. A lot of squads still out in the blue. I'm looking towards 19E, Next Ray Gaming. Chivas now forced to late rotate on that western bridge. Of course, Godsent and Guns still over on the mainland. They are bogged down outside of this next zone, and they're in a bit of a rough spot here, Dave, because there's a lot of open ground they have to try and traverse. Very little cover to be had.
Not only that, like, where do you go? You can't really move because you're going to run into UDR. You can't really swim either because Ghost Gaming are looking across the channel. So, let's see. Guns, they do have 4 up. They do have a vehicle, but looking real indecisive right here.
Yeah. This one's going to be tricky. I'm not seeing a world where many of these teams on the mainland right now survive. Maybe UDR Killers if they can make some play on the bridge. Onyx was able to make it across though, but they're taking a lot of damage. Chivas 19 still out in the blue. This one's going to be tough, Dave, as we're seeing Guns now in the last ditch send, and we get the center up. It's on Military Island, and like I said, those teams on that mainland, they are not long for this world.
Dude, Ghost, game-winning position right here. Same thing with Konita Power, so we'll have to keep tabs on them as all these teams up here on the mainland, it's going to be a bloodbath. Right now, main objective for me, if you're not in this circle, go for those kill points. That's all you can do here. That's all you can do to offset the risk of getting taken out early. 13th position, that's 0 points, Paul. 0.
Absolutely none. The big goose egg, which means you got to do it with your own 2 hands. You got to put the pressure on your opponents. We're looking to see, I like it, do that here for Godsent. See if they can find the shots. Nice movement, though, coming out from Hamudi and crew. Potentially having the advantage here if they can find the angle, but one of their teammates is downed.
Very nice movement. But at the end of the day, UDR, they're hearing this, and they're going to use this opportunity to swim across the channel. So both these squads, Godsent, Guns, yeah, it's like they're spending a lot of time out here, but they're forced to. They don't have an option, and now here comes the blue zone to apply that additional pressure, which is going to, ramp up those nerves.
Did see Sandro for UDR Killers able to actually get that third-party kill on that last remaining player there, but will send it with the rest of the team. I thought for a second might actually play spoiler and play the last-ditch defender, but there is a boat as well. This could actually be huge, except for what you pointed out earlier, Dave. Ghost Gaming in the prime position to stop any team making a last-ditch send across the way as Ralph is trying to go for the but just denied. However, Hamudi is still there, and just like that, into the water, he's going to destroy the boat as well, likely. Yeah. Wow, that is bitter.
Talk about the BM right there. I mean, UDR, they're already swimming away, right? They're already like, okay, we can't take the boat, but Hamudi making sure to get the blow-up, and like you said, Ghost kind of playing that Coast Guard role. Now, one thing I want to note, I do see Ayala from Team Queso rolling up on the Ghost, so that might cause a little bit of a distraction and allow Guns, the 2 players, and UDR, the 2 players, to safely swim across the channel.
And keep an eye on that as Clash is trying to make the play into Konina Power. Nice shots, though, coming out from Nomi. That MVP star power play coming in, not missing a shot, not getting hit either. Great movement as we're looking at the last player, MZ, all the way down the line. See if he can spot him here, though. Right now, his goal is all about survival. Konina Power, Dave, they still have all 4 players up, but they're very split.
And here comes Destiny as well, right underneath the bridge to kind of make matters worse. And I felt like Clash, we saw them earlier. They had a lot of time to reposition early, but they decided to hold back just a little bit. Nomi on that bridge. Yeah, MZ, I don't know where you're going, bud. Maybe looking for a boat, possibly. We'll have to see.
But that wide wrap from Konina Power, at least, is doing some work. You talked about Destiny potentially causing some havoc under the bridge, but instead they're just target practices. We have the wide wrap. The issue is Fashe did end up going down to the outside. Nobody's got the reposition to try and get the revive there as Axer applies the pressure underneath the bridge. This is massive as we take a look at where this next circle is going, but great shots. That M4 locked tight. That is 2 members down now for Destiny. 1 big nade here, and Mihi could be dropped. Let's keep an eye on it. Way too far, but he still sees it, still gets the shot there. Axer, the 1-man wrecking crew, shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, Mihi hitting that prone right there, and yeah, these smokes can't provide that much cover, especially with the enemy right above you. Next zone goes up, though. Konina Power, good spot. They are a little split, though, so they don't have a lot of time to get the pickup. Ghost Gaming, I'm still concerned with them because they're going to be rolling into the zone like a wrecking ball, and their main kind of objective right now, they need to make sure to win that fight against Team Queso if they want to move into this next zone alive.
And that's where I want to look right now. These 2 teams are about to clash. Ghost did already lose 1. I believe it was 2 Team Quesos. We can see the ball running by right now. Clash does eventually go down, bleeding on the outside, just trying to survive for points. And Team Quesos is actually going to bypass them. They're going to go into Rahat. Oh, this is massive. Absolutely huge, because this is the compound that Ghost Gaming would have wanted to have rotated to. But TQ, with a fantastic IGL call, is actually going to outpace them and push in ahead. Rima doesn't see his opponent, though. Blocks the grenade with his body and kills them both with an accidental match. mastery, but will get taken out here. And now the third party is coming in from Ghost. Team Queso was too slow, Dave. This was the one play they absolutely had to execute to perfection, and they're slipping.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a full send right there. They committed everything to getting this building, getting this compound, but all 4 members in one little tiny building, you open yourself up to just getting grenaded to death, and that's exactly what's happening. Not only that, to make matters worse, 19E down there to the south, taking some shots. You even got Onyx on the outskirts showing up. So honestly, that's like best case scenario for Ghost Gaming, because now they can play Edge.
And they have this entire edge of the circle as well. Beast from Destiny was actually able to sneak their way in as well. So that could be a factor. This Team Queso was able to stabilize a little bit. They did just spot him out. Nice play there. So that is no potential third party coming in from behind. And this has accidentally worked out fantastic for Ghost Gaming. Rather than having to play a long, drawn-out war to try and get to the edge of the circle up on the high ground, Team Queso went all the way past them and just broke on the walls. That was Rahad in this compound. Didn't play it well, got third party, played it too slow. And just like this, Ghost is once again in a fantastic position, but Konita Power can't look past them either.
Yeah, not only that, beautiful dip that Ghosts are holding. They can keep those vehicles alive just in case they need to use that utility moving forward. And Konita Power, same could be said. Same could be said. Nice little dip. The thing is, though, they do have Fashe way down there, separated from them. So maybe holding that spot just in case the zone does shift in their direction. But looking around, Chivas, talk about consistency, still alive. And they're running into Onyx, but look at that. From the window, the M4 spray.
Yeah, and it was actually, I mean, did most of the work there, as we're seeing Ghost Gaming actually picking up and taking that kill. Nice, solid, crisp, clean M16 shots as Team Queso is getting a little bit of revenge as well. The nade down onto Rahad, trying to take over the rest of this compound. But at this point, I think Team Queso just need to hold tight because, Dave, they did get this circle. So did Konita Power. They are in a prime power position.
At this point, Team Queso, they baked the cake and they said, hey, we're sorry. We didn't mean to upset you. And they just want to be neighbors for the time being, especially in this next circle. Both those buildings are in play. So now Ghost, they need to reposition. They're going to be on the edge. And they're making their next play right here. They're trying to decide which way should we go.
This is actually huge. One player from Konita Power going down here. This is a potential opportunity for Ghost Gaming to push on in. Keeping an eye on this one. So seeing Fashe, like you mentioned, way on the outside, watching for any flanks coming in on that angle. Playing it quiet, though. Truly playing that scout role, and I appreciate that for sure. So seeing Chivas Esports going down. I think they actually lost the fight. Next to Gaming and Onyx. Onyx, who's still in this, Dave. This is their best performance yet, bar none, but they're going for the send now, and this is a bold play.
Oh, trying to get that spray, and hey, they took a page out of the Team Queso book, sending it straight to the mid right there. They were taken out. Looks like Ghost are going to be pulling up to this compound as well. The only difference, though, from Team Queso and Ghost, they smoked a pathway. They used their smokes to make sure that they can't get sprayed down on their approach, and here, they're safe now, and they get a crate.
This is absolutely huge. All the great weapons going in their direction right now. Konita Power still playing edge. Ghost Gaming opting to go in, but they actually bailed just Molly HH24. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, big unfortunate right now. They should be able to get him up.
The nade did make it in the window. Oh, this is big sad. I'm watching just big sad after big sad here.
There we go.
Finally. Oh, there we go. Okay.
You know, Tensa is smiling after that one. One more, maybe, you know, take some shots at that door, throw through that door. That could be it.
There it is.
Could be it. I want to say, though, Konita Power, they have so much zone control right now. We saw a couple of moments ago, one of their players were knocked. They made sure to prioritize getting them picked up right here. For the most part, they're controlling the whole east side. They got it. They got it.
Nice shots coming out from Nomi, not able to secure the down. And the last two members of 19E who, again, G-Fan just channeling that Novi Esports love, surviving when they absolutely should not. I'm pretty sure G-Fan plays better in a duo than literally anything else. It's actually hilarious to watch.
Make it to make it. That's what they drew on the drawing board here today for 19E. And you can't blame them. Super consistent on Erangel. As we're still checking in with Ghost. They're okay for the time being. They don't have to move much, but look at this. Nomi, right behind Ghost, could play such a huge spoiler to him.
I mean, the position...
they hear him, though. They hear him.
They hear him. They are aware. And instead, Kunina Power is going to actually go for a wide wrap because this whole time, Fosh has been playing the off angle, playing that scout role, and has been able to secure this position for the rest of the team. So rather than trying to brute force their way through Ghost, they're going to take the more tactical approach here on the outside. But this does offer them a little bit less cover. This rock will be massive, though, as well as these smokes.
Oh, that Foshe has like a tally on an estimated number on how many enemies are down here. Foshe definitely saw the push across the road from 19E, so information is everything right now.
Nice shots coming in from Mahad. It's Ghost Gaming. One drop, but the nades continue to come back. Bayo lives and dies by those nades and able to set up and actually helping out 19 and Kunina Power here because taking down Delhop, who was the key player there. But Bayo with the unfortunate send, and just like that, how has Rahad lived for this long? They have 7 kills as well. They have just been playing this stalwart defense, the bulwark that will not break.
Position, man, this compound's so strong. Everybody's trying to take it from them. We did see HH with the new light machine gun. That should be able to put in some work, but it's gonna have to go against the M249. Kunina Power trying to crawl their way in right now, trying to get some grenades onto 19E. 19E, they're awfully close to each other. One grenade could get the wipe.
Issue is they only have that tiny little dip to work with. They are back against the blue. They don't have a lot of options, but Shifan able to do some damage over onto Rahad as well. Got to secure the point and does get it. This is huge. 5 kills for them as well, but here comes the push from Kunina Power.
Kunina Power playing the off skirts. They do have some boulders, some cover to work with. Rahad, though, still that solo, looking to take out Ghost. Ghost, looks like Tensa thinking about going for that pickup, that revive. Here comes some more grenades from Kunina Power, that third party. 19E, hey, they're still up. The duo, they're surviving. You can't hate it.
They've gotten a lot of luck with these circles. They haven't really had to move for the last 4 minutes. They've just been able to ride it out. It's just like this. Rod goes down. Xenox able to usurp that kill, just take it out from underneath, and now top 3. All of these squads are doing great in terms of kills. 16 just among these last remaining teams, but it all comes down to who can get this first knock, and I'm trying to see where this next circle's going, Dave. It's really hard to tell.
We're looking at it right in the middle, right in the middle. Everybody's on the edge right now, so it's grass. You got some grass to work with, Paul. That's it.
Well, unfortunate timing here for them, because you're right, everybody's got to move. So it all comes down to the smokes, all comes down to who can play the snake play just that little bit better. And I think if I'm Kunina Power here, you're the only one with the numerical advantage, and hopefully they've been keeping track of the kill feed enough that they know that. I would honestly I think I would take the one fight you probably know you can win. I would just hard push 19E. Or Ghost, now that that knock has come through. You've got to make a call, though, going along the outside. You can't fight them both at the same time. You have to pick one. And G-Fan's going to drop. This is huge. She overextended, and here they go. That was the knock. They're going to push for it. This is absolutely correct play from Kunina Power. They got that opening knock. This is absolutely huge. Ghost cannot intervene with this all the way. The terrain works. The revive will not be able to go off. And just like this, 19's going to go down. There's no way Xenox can make this one work, but he finds one, and he goes down. There it is. Beautiful play. But Dave, this is now the opportunity, the counterattack from Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, Ghost, they were able to get the reset. HH is up, and we see them rotate, but their position, the footsteps were heard. I'm curious, will Kunina try to pick up Nomi? Yes, they are. They're trying to get the numbers advantage once again here.
This is absolutely huge because HH24 either doesn't have the meds or doesn't have the time to try and get the HP back, and because of that, he's going to drop, but they were able to trade 1 for 1, but there's still an advantage for Kunina Power. They played this so beautifully, Dave, and just like this, Fosh is going to potentially drop here to 2v1, but actually HP favors Tensa. 2 players still alive. Kunina Power needs to hit some sick headshots here. Tensa dodging, weaving, looking for the shots, finds one, no! And he's going to drop just like that. Kunina Power get the chicken dinner.
Nomi with that drop shot at the end, able to take out Tensa right there with the Uzi/on combo. Tensa was putting in the work, though. I mean, we cannot discount that at all. And I'm looking back, I'm curious, the play from Bayo. We saw Bayo try to take that compound from Rahad, was caught in the vaulting animation.
Yeah.
What if, just like what if Bayo stuck with HH and Tensa? They would have had a 3v3 at the end. Great game, though. I mean, Ghost, they were 3rd to last coming into this game. Ton of kills, great placement points. This is what they needed.
There's a reason, Dave, at the start of the show today, I said, Ghost is the team I'm expecting to improve the most because they do their homework. They study their opponents. They identify what they need to do to overcome them, and they usually execute it pretty darn well. I would not be surprised if this is the day of Ghost Gaming, if they continue to turn it around. And I also, another what-if scenario, what if G-Fan hadn't committed so hard on that nade? He took one bullet too many. That was the first drop. That's when Konita Power pushed. I think that was the play they should have done regardless, whether they get that knock or not, because the way that terrain worked, Ghost could not have intervened. They needed to take that 3v2. It's what they ended up doing, and because of it, they took the win. Let's take a look back at our highlights, though, Dave, because this first Erangel, it certainly delivered.
GG's Konita Power, by the way. Having 3 up towards the end, they had so much zone control at the end also. Like, the whole east side, they had it down packed, and it really played into their favor because of that. And GG's, that's all I can say. But looking at these highlights, yeah, this was that fight. Remember, right now, the zone, it already yoinked all the way down there to the south. So God sent no choice but to try to get some kill points there.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100% the right call. There's this, you have a 50-50 decision. It's never a 50-50 decision, but you have two choices. You either try and survive or you try and lash out like a wounded animal and get as many kills as possible before you go down yourself, and that's sort of what they opted to go for here. But Konita Power, every single position they took, Dave, they just controlled it masterfully, and the way they were able to hold their off angles. We heard Froz talking about it at the start of the show, how he wants to see teams doing a better job of splitting the position so they're not grouped together so much. Konita Power did it the best this game, bar none. The position Fasha did at the end of the game set them up for the success that they saw. They reaped the rewards, and it was these final few fights that allowed them to do it.
Oh, that Konita Power, they had like a 2-1-1. They had one up there towards the north. They had two on the east, then one towards the south. I noticed that the duo that was holding the east, they got both knocked out. Immediately, one of the solos, they got in their vehicles and they sent it to try to get that pickup, that revive. So they were not only holding down all that terrain to themselves, if one of their squad mates was taken down in the process, they made sure to get the pickup and not just let them bleed out for nothing.
Man, I was looking at Xenox's POV there too, Dave. If he hadn't gotten flashed there, he probably would have downed like 2 members of Konita Power. That would have been absolutely massive. That would have been maybe a way different ending there for Ghost. But in the end, like you said, Dave, those decisions, how teams opted to split, taking those, those fights, smart or not, ended up favoring Konita Power. So props to them for taking that very first game, which means we need to head to a break and then send it over to our analysts, get into game number 2.
When the world has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines, how can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies, it's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe. The COVAX pillar aims to ensure that every country gets fair and equitable access to eventual COVID-19 vaccines. It does this by acting as an insurance policy, with the largest portfolio of vaccine candidates in the world. Wealthier countries have a greater chance of gaining access to successful vaccines. And by pooling their buying power, rather than competing against one another, they enable investment in factories. So more doses are available as soon as a vaccine becomes available. The COVAX pillar is founded on the principle of equitable access. This means any country, regardless of their ability to pay, has the same access to vaccines. By supporting the development and manufacturing of these vaccines, wealthy countries increase their chances of getting COVID-19 vaccines and ensure the rest of the world gets access too. Ending the pandemic as quickly as possible will take a global effort. We need as many doses as possible, as fast as possible, as soon as a safe and effective vaccine becomes available. 2 billion doses would be enough to vaccinate healthcare workers and other high-risk groups. If we start now, we can save hundreds of thousands of lives, not to mention trillions of dollars. It's not about one country versus another. It's about one world protected.
got a difficult mission for you. Who's in? Close to 1 billion people from 92 of the world's poorest countries need to be vaccinated. You'll need to work closely with governments and health authorities, and it will take millions of volunteers. And it has to be cheap. This is a mission only a few organizations can handle. It is the world's biggest and fastest distribution of a vaccine ever. Equipment such as needles, canisters, visors, protective suits, and sanitizer need to be in place first. All of this has to be transported to the most inaccessible corners of the world. The vaccine has to be kept cold constantly. If not, it's all for nothing. And when the vaccine gets close, a population without mobile phones or internet needs to get the message. Thousands of health workers have to be trained to perform vital work. No one is safe until everyone is vaccinated, so we can't stop until that's a reality. But even though we're doing this because lives are on the line, this is real life and not a game. You don't get a new life if you fall, or if you drown trying to save lives. We have no lives to lose, but we're willing to risk a lot to vaccinate the whole world. As long as the virus exists, the whole world is in danger.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
It's insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG MOBILE World Invitational kicks off July 22nd to July 25th. We've prepared a special team cheer event for our players. First, let's take a deeper look at how this event works. Invite your friends to support your favorite team and get awesome rewards. In this event, we will use cheer points to rank the competing teams. Fans of the team with the most cheer points at the end of the event will have a chance to get a permanent item. The event period is split between the cheer period and the reward period. The cheer period is from July 15th to July 27th. During this period, players have two ways of obtaining cheer points. The first method is via daily missions. Log in every day and watch matches for 5 minutes at the Esports Center to get cheer points. The second method is by sharing an invitation code with friends. Inviting friends to participate will also earn cheer points. Every player is limited to linking one invite code per day. The more friends that link with you, the more cheer points you can get. Now that you understand cheer points, then it's time to pick out a team that you want to support. Lock in the team and support your team with cheer points during the cheer period to help them reach number 1. If you wish to keep up with the progress of your chosen team, then take a look at the real-time cheer leaderboard. The cheer leaderboard will be locked on the final day of the cheer period on 0 hour of July 27th, after which the rewards period will begin. The reward period is from July 27th to July 30th. All fans of the team that reached number 1 on the cheer leaderboard should go back to the event page and draw 5 times for amazing rewards. Bring your friends and cheer for your favorite team. Experience the glory of the highest level of competition.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had our first match now done here of our second day of the PMWI West Conference, and Kanina Power have taken themselves a much-deserved and much-needed victory, getting themselves the 15 points for the chicken dinner and all the points they got for every single kill they picked up in this one. There's quite a few teams that have been able to step up over the course of this match. Jason Captain, still your host. My two analysts will start to break down how Kanina Power and Ghost and Raad all decided to perform well here on our second day.
It's that day two magic, right, Frost?
Yeah, day 2 magic for Ghost Gaming at least. but like, look at Kanina Power though. That's what we wanted to see, right? More splits, and they were taking advantage of that. Already from the start, we saw them taking a lot of splits, doing a lot of 1-1-1-1 splits, taking a lot of ground, but also being able to control it. That's so important. We saw, of course, Nomi on the bridge there holding out Clash by himself, and then you had Acer just holding out Destiny below the bridge. They get himself 25 points in this one. I told you, I said they were gonna get like 3rd place after this game. They're gonna be around there. I don't really know exactly where they are right now though.
Yeah, and the one thing that we mentioned is that luckily for all these teams, there's not a team that's kind of currently running away with it. So by them having matches like this, they're going to be able to slowly catch up. And even though Ghost Gaming didn't really get those kill points that we're kind of used to seeing out of them, for them to at least get within those 10 to 12 placement points, this is huge for them. And also one of the star players, Intensa, he was able to kind of pop off 940 damage to himself, 3 kills, 19 Esports. This is another team when we're going to start talking about consistency. I feel like we had to start bringing in 19 Esports. They have been consistent. Xenox and Shifan, they're starting to become the duo. Before it used to be Xenox and Carnage. Well, guess what? He's been replaced. And then we have Rod. Rod pretty much, they almost doubled their whole points from yesterday in regards to kill. If I'm not mistaken, they did end up almost doubling their kills as well. They're able to get 7 kills, 15 points total. And next, Ria Gaming, some of these kills that they were able to get, they were able to third-party people. Overall, I'm impressed with some of these teams stepping it up, and I know we have to talk about this one. Team Onyx, the team that was in dead last place and only have 4 points after 5 matches yesterday. Guess what? For them to be able to get 6 points, that's going to be pretty good for them.
That's going to be really good. I mean, that's what you love to see as well. Them learning from the failure of yesterday. Sometimes you're going to be failing, but the important thing is when you fail, you need to learn from those mistakes and learn to do better. And that's what we see from Team Onyx coming in here today. Not only them, but a lot of the teams. Now, coming in here on the second page, we do see a few names that we did not expect to be down here. Let's go from the bottom. Alpha 7, 0 kills, 0 points. I mean, they had a good fight there against Clash, but Clash, they came on top. They had the angles. We saw MZ on the tower there as well, having that kind of second angle to be able to hold them down, and the rest of the team just took care of Alpha 7. But you also have teams like Guns. I'm expecting more from them. Destiny, we saw them yesterday rocking everyone. Now only 2 points, but hey, it's the first game. Yesterday they started off with 2 points, no, 3 points in the first game, so they could still come back strong like they did yesterday.
Well, speaking of yesterday, why don't we take a look at a couple of teams and how they performed yesterday up against how they performed so far today. Let's take a look right off the bat at Canada Power, our victors here in our last match that we just had happen, our very first one of 5 today. At Canada Power, I mean, we've always seen them be a slow starting team, Seven, thinking back a long time ago whenever we worked with them, or we've obviously analyzed and casted them. They've always been that team that have those slower starts, but always seem to ramp up as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, for this one, you know what, Frost? I know you've been wanting to talk about this team, so take it from me.
Well, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, we look, of course, on the right side, it's going to be higher on everything because it's only one game compared to the left side where we have 5 games from yesterday. But of course, it's a great start to see them starting off with 1,600 damage, 25 points and 10 kills. That is awesome to see, but they got to keep this up as well. And that's kind of what we expect from a team like Canada Power. We saw them in the last 2 games yesterday. That's when they started thriving. That's when we started seeing them actually doing a lot of carnage in this lobby, and they're continuing that road. Yesterday they ended with a 4th place, 3rd place, and now starting off today with a victory here. That chicken dinner, that's gonna put them up there. They're gonna be happy with that one. I think they're just gonna continue like that because we saw them doing those splits, and it's amazing because everybody else is basically just grouping up, and they're just taking so much ground, and no one is punishing them for it.
Well, Nomi is punishing other people for it. Let's take a look, though, at Ghost Gaming as our second team here, and they really disappeared and ghosted the front page of our overall leaderboards, and we can see they've been able to step up now as, well, again, HH24 had some great kills, but if I'm not mistaken, Seven, Tenza, the guy you were talking about before the matches began, he had a fantastic match.
When you think about Ghost Gaming and when you think about day 1 and day 2, I just want you to remember Tensa. That is the man that usually tends to spark up this team no matter what happens. And then once he spark it up, then Spec, HH24, and Bell will also start backing him up. But right here, I mean, just look at the damage output that they were able to do. Obviously, they didn't convert into those kills. I'm pretty sure this team, we really don't have to worry about kills. In regards to Tensa, though, the grenades have been the highlight for this man. The grenades that he was able to put up. Something I do want to go back a little bit more of is a lot of these ANA teams and America's team in general, and I kind of want to tell this to the viewers, are not really used to seeing the aggressiveness out of some of the other teams. For example, with Alpha 7, they ended up, as soon as Korea went down from them, Clash just right away pushed them, and I don't think Alpha 7 was expecting that, or they're not used to seeing that from their region. Same with I believe it was Ghost. They lost Spec, and guess what? Guns started just chasing them into a compound. So a lot of these teams are definitely having to adjust to how some of these European teams are playing.
That's what you want to see.
One team that might. Oh no, you know what, Frost, you don't get a chance because we got to move on. The next match is about to start here, so we're going to go over to Rod real quick because this team we did want to touch on. Considering, speaking of adjustments from day 1 to day 2, this team seems to have made the right ones, having a much better performance here and probably their best performance we've seen so far.
Brad had a rough time yesterday in the first 4 games, but in the last one, we saw a little bit of sparkle, a little bit of light coming from them, getting himself that 5th place with 6 kills, and that's kind of what they've been continuing on here today. Get himself that 4th place, 7 kills, a great play. We saw him rotating into the center, and not just doing that, but being able to hold down that compound, getting clashed down by so many teams, and being able to grab 15 points. That is a great start from them. I want to see them continue that. I want to see them propel themselves up there on the leaderboard today.
All the fans from Egypt are definitely happy about the result from them in that first match. And speaking about countries, you guys, again, if you saw during the break, you guys can cheer for your favorite teams, your favorite countries to go forward further on into this event. Remember, just to log into the game, make sure to head over to the cheer section and make sure to do that every single day. And then you can obviously win some things at the very end of it all. All right, gentlemen, it's time to kick you two out of here because it's time to bring our commentators back in to kick off our second match. We're heading over to the moist battleground of Sanhok. And it's being brought to you by these two fine gentlemen, Viram and Mustache Dave.
I mean, probably don't call it that, though, Jason. Yeah, less a fan of that. Sanhok. Growing to Sanhok, though, a map overall, Dave, we're very excited about because we get to see lots of action. The blue zone is as punishing as ever. Yesterday certainly delivered, and I don't expect today to be any different.
A tropical map. We could say that.
Let's go with that.
A tropical map. So, We are in the Sanhok game. We have 3 more Sanhoks in the PUBG Mobile World Invitational West. All right, 20 games total. We're gonna have 4 Sanhoks, 4 Miramars. We played one of each yesterday, so it's gonna be exciting. Yesterday, we saw 19E and who was it? Alpha 7. 19E, they backed off of boot camp. In scrims and previous events, both teams, they dropped boot camp. So I'm curious to see what will happen here today. And Curiosity, look at that, 19E already pulling off that one. So Alpha 7 getting a nice prime position to themselves once again.
Yeah, and this is big because they're going to be in this central zone. They're going to have lots of time to loot, to set up, and they're going to be able to take the fights they want to, ideally, and hopefully, depending on where the circle goes, not have everybody just crashing into them. They turtled up a lot yesterday in this position. They didn't really move. I want to see them make some, now that they know who's dropping around them, they're a little bit more cognizant of what the rotations are going to look like. I want to see them make a concerted effort to go take some of these early game fights that they know they can win. Obviously, try not to get third party, but Alpha 7, they're in a good spot right now. But, I mean, they're almost half the #1 in terms of points. So that they need to do some work if they want to turn this around.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Alpha 7, like you said, they know for a fact who is going to be near them. Another team I want to keep tabs on here has to be Destiny, right? Yesterday, we saw them in those cliffs, and it didn't pay off for them. Today, same thing. Does not pay off. Yeah, sure, they'll be able to get some loot up there free and clear. But talking to me, they told me that their main goal here today, make sure not to lose players early. They want to keep everybody alive for that late game. So we'll see if they can accomplish that, considering their drop spot not going to be favored right now.
Speaking of not being favored, oh, Master, this guy just gets caught out on his own. I mean, to be fair, he was with a teammate. That teammate's just dead now, to be fair. They were able to take one member of ROD with them, but this is just not the opening either of these teams need, especially Onyx. Like, they showed a breath of life in the last game, but it isn't really making a difference.
Oh, but look at this. Master has the support, has the squad mate right here behind these stairs, lurking in the shadows. Gee, this could be huge for Onyx if they play their cards right. Be huge if they can get a squad wipe. Yes, it's going to be a challenge. There's only 2 alive. 2v3 though, we've seen it done before.
We have indeed. If they can find an isolated player, 1v1, catch them out. But Delhop, I think, is aware that there's another player nearby going for the wide wrap. I think they're baiting him a little bit. He is opting to just hard run. They're going to know exactly where he is. There are the shots coming around the corner. He's taken so much initial damage. Pops back, misses his shots though, right through the legs. He's going to go down, but the trade comes in, and now this just means Master is going to flounder. Off on their own, is coming in for the wrap now, but no helmet, no vest. I was going to say no. Oh, I do have a vest, but
Grenade though.
Grenade?
Master knows where this pickup is happening. That would have been the moment. That would have been the moment. Wrapping around, but now 1v3. Drop shot. Oh, okay. 1v2.
All right, goes for the shot. Can hear the footsteps. Knows exactly where this player is. The jump shot, though, doing work. He's committing to the nade. Maybe shouldn't have.
The M249 now floor drop. By the way, we see it every single game. It's such a huge weapon to pick up, especially off the drop. Imagine parachuting M249. Bam, right there. Like, oh man, I love it. I love it. And talk about loving something else. God sent an early fight here.
And they did throw out a grenade earlier, though, but Next Ria Gaming pushes right on through it. But just for a second, I thought that maybe, just maybe, they'd be able to win that exchange, but Kuder is able to get it done. So just like that, Sanhok certainly delivers some of these early fights. This was the start of it. Godsend getting rolled up on by Next Ria Gaming. Fantastic plays. These drop shots just in this game so far today, Dave, have been sick.
Yeah, I love drop shots. You know, last season I was like, do you even drop shot, bro? But I believe this season now, yeah, the drop shots, but the crouch spam, they improved it. So you can crouch spam all day long and maybe throw off your enemies. But Alpha 7 pushing uphill. It's gonna be Ghost right here.
I mean, these are two teams. I mean, I talked about I wanted Alpha 7 to take a smart fight early. They know where everyone is at. Running into Ghost Gaming wasn't necessarily what I had in mind, especially because they were incredibly split. This seems like an objective misplay here from Alpha 7. Carrillo, though, in these close-range fights, denies all the odds. Never tell them to him, Dave.
I'm not gonna lie, I was like, okay, so it's a 1v4, but it does look like they have the support from their squad mates quickly rolling up, running across that field. HH cooking a grenade, tossing the grenade. Just a little shy of the mark right there.
Yeah, which means that Sanhok is going to be able to get in position, give Carrillo a chance to try and reset. Oh, but the off angle. The UMP comes in, but another one in response. And just like this, Ghost Gaming is in shambles. I was talking about how I was expecting them to completely step up here, but Carrillo by himself shut it all down as it all comes down to Bayo, the last one standing, more like the last one to hit the floor.
That was nice to watch from Alpha. Not gonna lie, that was pretty.
Okay.
Hey, they feel the same way right there. They lost one in the process, right? But looking at the pros and cons, they got 4 kills. Not only that, they're dead center. They're gonna get some additional loot, and that was Ghost, right? Like Ghost, they had a phenomenal game 1. My concern now, and I'm looking out for 7 on the desk. Can they just kind of not get tilted, right? After that wipe. That's going to be so important because they do still have some more games to go. And I'm a true believer in like momentum, right? And think about it. The train, it left the station last game, but then they left and we forgot the gas.
Really broke down.
Yeah, the wheel broke off. Yeah, like the train tracks were broke. So hopefully that doesn't really play a factor moving forward because of course I'm a big fan, Ghost Gaming USA. So we'll see.
Boy. And here's the thing that I think is kind of rattling me about all that. Ghost wasn't making the wrong play. They were set up well. Alpha 7 was split. They just lost their 1v1s. They just lost their gunfights. Carrillo was there. The long-range shots to support were there. The trades just were in favor. It was a 4v3, and they had the high ground. They had positional advantage. Ghost shouldn't have lost that. They just got outgunned. And those ones are hard to shake or they're easier to shake because you're like, well, we just lost whatever. Or you go, crap, how did we lose that? You cannot let it get into your head. I think luckily, though, for these players, they played enough games. I'm less worried about that happening.
In Carrillo, they were able to kind of be so aggressive because they knew for a fact, like, their squad mates are approaching. And not only that, their squad mates are holding the angles that Ghost, they couldn't really push from behind those boulders and take that pretty much 4v1. And that's why it was so important. And we kept seeing them spam those grenades and those mollies. They needed to land one of those grenades. If they would have landed a grenade early on, I feel like it would have been a different story. Ghost would have came out on top of that engagement.
Yeah, there are about 4 things they could have done differently. They could have,
sure.
Again, hitting one of those grenades could have gone for a wide wrap. But again, every single game is going to be a little bit different. But now Alpha 7 are spread out. Taking some fire, though, from Chivas across the way. And I kind of like this because right now they've won the ground. They've won this hilltop, and now it's about intel gathering. Who is going to be the next one to come and challenge them? Because Meds, they're looking a little sparse.
They're up here on the hill like, we got the hill. Come fight me. And 19E, they know. They heard those shots earlier on. 19E, they know Alpha 7 should be around here also because, remember, they bullied them out of their boot camp drop spot. So 19E could have 4 up. Yep, they got 4 up. So it's gonna be interesting to see what they end up deciding to do here. And just kind of getting a feel for the map, looking around. A lot of teams kind of hovering around this hill right now, but I'm looking over there, west side. We got Guns, we got Destiny looting over there. They might be running into each other here very shortly.
Could be running into Rahad as well, who's holding down this position a little bit further into the circle. Painan is oddly vacant at this stage. Loco Nostro is taking the hill, overlooking it, which I don't dislike. Destiny is still going for these wide loot phases, which I do really appreciate, because getting those meds to be in order to heal strat on this map is so critical. If you can leave a player at the back of a fight with like 35 first aids, we have seen teams get 7, 8, 9, 10 additional points for their team because they have sat back and heal stratted. So spending a lot of time looting early, Dave, I think is a completely valid strategy on this map.
And they're going to need it. Next circle goes up. We see Beast already in a vehicle, so they got that. But when we look at vehicles, Sanhok, the two don't really mix well, right? They don't really mix well. One thing I want to really quickly point out, talking to Mihi, just kind of wrap back around to that. I asked Mihi from Destiny, like, hey, you guys afraid to like kind of fight anybody, any challenges? And they told me like, no, our mindset is we're not afraid. We know we're going to take a fight and we're going to win that fight. That right there, that's like the mindset of like a true champion, in my opinion. So we'll see what they can do with that mindset, because they do have a slight challenge right now to rotate into this next zone. And we were talking about this hill earlier on, 19E representing Canada, looking to take it from Brazil.
19E have the work cut out for them, trying to make their way up this hill. And just like that, Mafios is saying, absolutely not. And Sam caught out right in the open. Xenox is rethinking his life choices. His Acer and G-Fan are trying to find an off angle, but this could be the opportunity for Alpha 7 to converge. Bring the rest of the squad together. Smoke is down, but Sam, the hit marker's confirmed it. Sam is forced back. They're going to be able to get the revive with a scrap of HP. Are you kidding me?
Senatexa pushing up. Senatexa's position is going to be compromised from Acer, though. Able to get a nice little angle to allow this revive to occur. Senatexa, though, cooking a grenade, tossing it, trying to connect on the sheep fan. Little grenade battle right here between these two boulders.
Senatexa very smartly repositioning, because that nade from G-Fan would have been right on the money. Great call there. Laying back, going to get some covering fire down. But the fact that 19 was able to get Sam up and in this, that is a huge boon for them. They need to completely rethink this fight. I mean, if I was them, I would try and find a way to reposition. The issue is the terrain, Dave, is just not conducive for it. They're kind of stuck.
Some smokes might be able to help, kind of close that gap. You have to remember, this is a 4v2, but the duo, they got some nice angles and the high ground. Oh, hitting that shimmy. Sheepman trying to pull back to their squad mates, almost losing their life in the process.
Oh, and Sam is going to be able to get a counter knock, and the fact that Alpha 7 didn't get a single one of their own, this is big. I still favored the 2v4 for Alpha 7 here. They just had a way better position, but somehow, some way, biting off a little bit more than they could chew. Alpha 7 is going to drop one player. The revive will come out. This gives 19 an opportunity either to push or reset. What are they going to do, Dave? They're kind of being hesitant in the call. They're going to go for a bit of a wrap, and they are going to go around on the outside, but RTG is also coming into play. This fight is taking way too long. They needed to be a little bit more decisive. I don't think they realized, Dave, that the third player from Alpha, there's just the two of them. I don't think they realized that.
Yeah, a play definitely needs to be made, because eventually they're just going to get stuck down on the low ground in this valley, especially with RTG, 4 members alive, looted, out of their mind right now. Like, they're going to hear these shots, and all they need to do is just, like, look down at the bottom of the valley. And, 19E, they're just going to be sitting ducks. So, looks like everybody trying to separate for the time being, but that little cluster up there, we'll have to keep tabs on that and talk about more clusters of potential fights down there towards the south. Destiny and Guns.
There's just a straight line down the center of the circle. All the teams just stacked one on top of the other. The world's deadliest game of Jenga, as we're seeing the circle shift down towards the southeast. Basically, no one down there in towards that Kampong/Docks district. Keep an eye on that, as both Guns and Destiny will have to rotate up through Camp Charlie. Team Queso could play gatekeeper there as well, but it's that northernmost fight, Dave, that I'm the most worried about, because we know at this point the blue is going to start to hit even harder. We'll see if these teams are going to have to rotate in. Guns, Destiny, this is the play.
Freak over here, prone, playing that snake roll, trying to get some shots in while they can. They were able to do so. Mihi strolling by, was able to clutch it out, get that high ground, but Freak is not going to let this one go for free. Pulling up. Mihi really low, though, in the guard tower.
Yeah, he took some shots from range, though. Does have the big gun, going to be continued to be pinned down. He's going to play these angles incredibly well as he is pinched, separated from the rest of his squad. Off the roof, get out of there. Cooked him to a crisp.
That's beautiful. The molly off the roof. Huge big brain play.
Some Sanhok barbecue right there.
I can smell it. I can smell it from here, too, by the way, Paul. It smells good.
I mean, that's the smell of victory right there. As we're taking a look back towards this fight up in the north, RTG, Alpha 7, 19E. All these squads going at each other. Continue Power, Destiny still getting involved. Guns is here as well. This is the Sanhok we know and love, Dave. The Mollies are flying out in force. Going to be forcing Ralph into a more compromised position. He's stuck. That Molly didn't quite push him out behind the rock, though. That was big, but Fresh is going to get it done by hand. Going in for the big guns. The nade is thrown, does some damage, softening him up, and now Fresh is in a bit of a rough spot and gets pinched.
It forced them to push around that right-hand side where the angle was exposed. That was actually pretty smart and popping back into this engagement. 19E squaring off against RTG. G-Fan, they're going to be in the blue. We have to note, the blue zone. It's going to start to hurt here very shortly.
It is indeed, and this is exactly what I was worried about for these two teams. 19E kind of used Sam as bait there, I'm going to be honest, and now they've got to just make the dash for it themselves. No vehicles. And the last remaining member of Alpha 7's Mafios is just kind of chuckling to himself as all the teams that they were fighting with are just killing themselves out in the blue. They're going to try and make their way in towards this next circle, but this isn't looking great. 5 first aids is something here for G-Fam, but they just took way too long, Dave. And honestly, going to drop some for Xenox. I'm not even sure Xenox is going to make it.
You got to go for it. Someone has to have all the meds and just, hope that they can make it. And I feel like that's a product of the ability of Alpha 7 to, even with the duo, to keep a full squad, like just pin down and force them to reconsider pushing in this direction. So hats off, right? Hats off to Alpha 7 right there. Yeah, they lost one in the process, but still, with the solo up, they can still go for those placement points. Oh, Cave?
Indeed. Okay, we're going down to the bay. Oh, baby, this is going to get spicy. Dave, we got barbecue. This is spicy barbecue.
I'm not gonna lie, if I'm Team Queso, yeah, you can get some major kills up there on the high ground, but I might just dip into that cave, man, and straight chill, because it's looking good. I mean, talk about, not only that, it's like you can kind of bet that you'll be able to get higher placement points inside the cave right now. If that's something they want to do, they definitely have that possibility. There's loot down there, there should be some meds down there, and there's always like an aqua rail down there, the jet ski, so they have the evacuation plan, so we'll see.
Ooh, Lux run right past that nade, as they knew Next Area Gaming is up there on the high ground, and we'll see. I mean, it's definitely a potential for them to go down there, but I think, knowing Queso, they like to play a little bit more split. We saw them doing a pretty good job of holding a lot of ground last time, and it's paying off for them as they're able to pick up some kills here. Nice job. Rama able to hit those shots. They can look down towards Rod, continuing to put the pressure on. This is huge from them, but they're taking fire in return.
I think I just got that skin too, by the way. 250 UC. It's such a deal. So make sure you go get it. As we're looking over here, we're making a pull-up clash. They're going to have the opportunity to potentially get some kills. Team Queso repositioning. They're realizing they might just be a little too split. Avoiding freak. Axel almost getting ran over from the McLaren right there.
Chill out, Neo. Like, calm down. Understand you're going into bullet time. We see what's going on. Wow, that was close. That could have been really bad there for Team Queso. They are going to opt to converge, come in here down to the coast.
From the car! In the water!
Oh my goodness. That's a big brain play right there. We don't get to see that too often, have that kind of success, but it worked out well as Guns able to put a little bit of pressure on, but I'm not sure how long they are for this world.
When the McLaren turns into a submarine, that's what Freak from Guns is saying right there. Just trying to survive. And they're in the zone, too. Like, they're in the next zone, so you can't really hate that play.
We're seeing Axel continue to put the pressure on. Yeah, I like this call from Team K. So they've only got 2 kills for now, but they set themselves up to potentially get a whole lot more. So keep an eye on this. Xenox on the outside. 19E barely trying to make it on in, fighting up against UDR killers as well. And there's Guns getting eliminated. Chivas Esports coming in, able to continue to put the pressure on. Nice nade coming in, though, onto 2 players, and it's good, Dave. They survived with 1 HP. Oh, my.
Huge damage right there. Huge damage. And that's onto Fran, one of the star players. And look at this, from behind, spotted, and talk about the cleanup crew out here. 2 games in a row. 2 games.
Kills.
Yeah, exactly. Egypt. They are just getting so many kill points here today so far. Hey, we got Loco Nostra on the cave. Thank you. Thank you, Loco Nostra. I appreciate you.
There we go.
There you go.
The Brit's doing the work. making it happen for you there as Alpha 7 finally will go down. But props to Mafios for living for so long, able to get his team into the top 10. That's nice there for them.
1 point.
In case of though, still looking like the team to beat. Dave, up there on this high ground, I immediately identified if they stay on the high ground, it opens up the possibilities to get a lot of kills, and that's what we're seeing here. But props to Rod as well. They came in, and Delhop just did a fantastic job of catching those teams off guard. 19, he will finally go down. Team Queso picks that one up as well. G-Fan just gets dinked out there, and
that's one way to put it. Yeah.
But the shift. Yeah,
Clash.
Shift.
This is huge for Clash. Like, I don't see them not winning, if I can say that. They have the compounds over here, and Daddy forced to push out. UMP spray down. Got him. Team Queso no longer in the game. And look at this. Daddy stayed behind to play that anchor while their other 3 squad mates, they swam across the channel. Smart play from Loco Nostra.
This is huge because then now the potential for them to get backfilled is gone. Nita just died as well. Chivas Esports is out. Daddy just single-handedly put his team back in this game. You're 100% correct. Clash is still very much the favorite, but look at, he's pre-scouting. He's giving them covering fire with his dying breath. Talk about a play there from Loco Nostra.
So worth it, too. They call up Daddy for a reason right there. They're able to get their squad mates across the water. They got a couple boulders to work with, and just like that, 4 teams to go. Even if they get taken out here, that's 8 placement points. That is extremely worth it, in my opinion, right there, that play.
Oh, 10,000% worth it. You get 2 kills onto Queso, and you secure your team this next spot in the zone. Absolutely worth. I mean, they are going to have to try and breach the beach, so good luck to them on that. Clash has gotten the circle time and again here, the angry porcupine taking shots in every direction. They've got the only piece of hard cover with this compound at the next circle. They have been circle blessed going into game number 2.
4 up. I mean, France right now, they are celebrating. Only 4 kills, but they should be able to rack that up. And even if the blue takes away the additional potential for kill points, first place, that's 15 points. So that's going to be huge for Clash, who definitely need it. I believe 15th place as of right now. So this is going to be that huge, huge buff for them on the overall leaderboard.
Absolutely massive. They just took advantage of the chaos that was Sanhok. They played it a little bit more passive, which I've noticed tends to be their style. They really only take fights they feel they have to. They focus a lot more on survival, staying alive. But if I'm some of these other teams and I know what's going on or have an inkling of what's happening, I'm denying myself to the blue, like we're seeing right now. I'm playing the heal strats. I'm not giving anybody else any more of these points, and that's exactly what we're going to see. The quietest ending you've ever seen to a game of PUBG Mobile, as everyone just accepts their fate, denies the points, and just like that, chicken dinner goes to Clash.
Heading over to France for game number 2 here of day number 2. And you nailed it on the head there just a little bit, like all the chaos. Everybody trying to get those big games when it comes to kill points, trying to, stake their claim, their flag in the soil, especially there on the beach. Meanwhile, Clash, you're like, let's just rotate down there, towards docks. Maybe they scouted it, realized nobody's going to be down there because no vehicles might be present. And they had such a strong position. Not only that, favored about 3 times towards the late game. Easiest chicken dinner. Easiest chicken dinner you could have asked for right there. But they planned for it,
They didn't have to shoot their guns.
They didn't
have to shoot their guns.
But they planned for it, though.
They got like a kill in that compound.
They rotated down there, though. Like, that was intentional. But yeah, easiest chicken dinner I've ever seen.
Oh, yes. Yes, one of the most chill, because the rest of this game certainly was not. There was action from literally minute 1 as we saw teams hot dropping on one another, trying to make big plays and getting shut down in the process. Nextria Gaming did a fantastic job. That roll up on Godsent was absolutely sick, but it was this one right here that I think really changed the face of the game. Alpha 7 able to win a disadvantageous fight up against Ghost, remove them from the server. That set Alpha 7 up to do so much more in this game. They denied 19E, they shut them down, did a ton of work as just a duo. Dave, if this is the Alpha 7 we're going to see all day, all weekend, Brazil is in the house. They are going to be a contender.
And that's what's so impressive. Like, this is only a duo up there, and they're able to make sure to keep an entire squad pinned down and force them to reconsider their movement, right? And they kind of forced them towards RTG, and they had to fight in the blue. They had to fight in the blue. Meanwhile, the solo from Alpha, they're like, hey, okay, you guys got that back there. I'm going for placement points, so pretty good stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, every game we watch, Paul, for some reason, I'm starting to become a bigger fan of Onyx. I don't know if it's the underdog story or whatnot, but
it is.
I don't know what it is, but like I want Onyx
the underdogs. Yeah, I think it's because they had such a struggle on day number 1. I mean, they came to the end of the day with like 4 points. And after that first game, they were at 10. We weren't even sure if they were going to hit 10 points today. And they were able to get a couple of kills in the early game. So I 100% agree, Dave. I'm looking towards Onyx to try and build some momentum for themselves. That's one of, and also Rahad. Rahad is the team we need to keep looking at. Again, Clash, props to them. Super solid, smart rotations, great team play. They're able to get the win, but there are a lot of squads we're keeping our eyes on. And I know our analysts are too, which means we need to head to a short break. When we come back, analysts will break it down in game number 3.
When the world has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines, how can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies, it's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe.
We were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Just insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall. Risking everything I have to stand up tall. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dry my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter. There is only one way I can survive. Fighting through all of the pain, the best will rise. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dry my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter. Won't ever back down 'cause I'm breathing fire. Oh, yeah, I'm breathing fire. Oh, no, I'm breathing fire. I'm breathing fire. No, I'm breathing fire. No, I'm
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. And Sanhok is an interesting battlegrounds, and it proved to have some interesting zones, as we just saw here in our second match of the day. A lot of teams very happy about the way it shifted. A lot of teams very unhappy as they got punished on the transition to get back into the safe spots, but that's going to be another match done and dusted for today. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by Frost and Seven Worlds Gaming to start to break this one down. We saw a lot of great individual play, I think is the way I want to bring this one up. Daddy in particular coming in from La Nostra MVP with some great positioning and a selfless play for his team so they could succeed.
Yeah, I think the winner of that, Daddy showing why they call him Daddy, right? He was protective over his team. He made sure he stayed standing until the last second. But overall, the circle just screwed over so many people there, as we are seeing the match ranking here. We see Clash. To be completely honest, as much as we want to be like, oh yeah, they did amazing, they just had Circle and they also had a compound and they were able to pick people apart. They were able to, however, at least put up 7 kills, 22 points. And Next Ria, I think overall, out of those two teams, Next Ria was definitely the more impressive one for me, Frost.
I mean, I gotta say though, even if you get the circle, you get the you have the compound, you gotta be able to hold it down. So Clash did a wonderful job on that. But yeah, as you're mentioning, Next Ria, 2 good games back to back now. That's gonna put them top towards the leaderboard there. But La Nostra also getting strong, and Rad again, a really good game from them. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. But not only that, but it's kind of the whole thing, right? All the teams have a kind of a different playstyle from yesterday. We've seen them being so much more aggressive here today compared to yesterday. Yesterday was a passive play from all of the teams. Today, we're seeing these kind of early fights going on already from the start of the game, time after time after time.
Yeah, and it's a good bounce back too. I was gonna say from RTG. RTG at least able to bounce back from that 16th place, I think it was, in 1 kill. Guess what? They were able to at least get 4th place. As we're gonna be going here towards the second page, we have 19 Esports being able to get 5 points. And you know what? I'm just gonna go down a little bit more. We got the winners of the last match, Kanina Power. I mean, guess what? The Sanhok it's not the best map for all the teams. We see Kanina Power being only able to get 2 points there, and then we go down a little bit more. Our former first place, I guess you could say, Destiny, they're only getting 1 point. And Ghost Gaming, with this team, I thought they were really starting to pick it up here, especially after what we saw in that last Erangel. But I think it just comes down to Sanhok. This is a team that usually doesn't really tend to perform that well in Sanhok. I am going to be looking forward to see how they bounce back here on the Erangel coming up.
Yeah, I mean, having Sanhok in here just playing once per day, it's kind of like a wildcard map for a lot of the teams, and it doesn't matter too much. For some of the teams, of course, being able to put up a lot of points there, that's going to be great for them. But for other teams, you want to be focusing more on Erangel, because having 3 out of the 5 maps every day played on Erangel, that's where it's important that you're being able to put up the points that you need for your team.
Yeah, and I think it's difficult to be able to maintain that level of consistency on a map like Erangel when everyone knows that map so well. And then, of course, if you try to specialize on a map like Sanhok or Miramar, at least in the format we're currently using, only playing once a day is really, it's not ideal for you to try to build up your massive amount of points, especially if you don't perform that well in that match for that day. But you know what? Let's move past this. Let's actually talk about our top 10 fraggers so far in the event. We've already checked it out when it came to East Conference earlier on today. We need to check it out when we look at the West, because we need to see who are the real standout players. And one name that I'm not seeing up there that I'm really sad to not see actually is from Nextria Gaming. It's Frozen, who is this young, like 15-year-old player who just dismantled PMPL Turkey when it came to the league stage. But we are seeing Kanina Power with Fache get himself into the #1 spot here, Seven.
Yeah, this is the one that, Jason, thanks so much for telling me how to say his name, Facha, because I had no idea. And look at him. First place, 14 kills. Ayala, though, hey, Ayala has been super consistent for Team Queso. Team Queso was being a lot more, I do want to give them props. They were being a lot more aggressive in that last match. It just came down to the circle just saying, nope, just kidding. Today's not the day for you guys to win a Sanhok match.
I mean, yesterday we saw free plays from Destiny being up there on the top 10 kill leaderboard, but today we're seeing free plays from Nextria instead, and that kind of tells the story, right? And as you mentioned, Jason, the star player Frozen is not even up there, and imagine if he starts coming up to his normal skill play as well. Like, what's gonna happen with Nextria? How many points are they gonna be able to gather here today?
Yeah, you know, there's a couple of names in there. I think I even saw Revo. I just wanted to bring up really quickly from Alpha 7, yes. Who only is on 12 kills, and he had 12 kills at the end of yesterday. So a little bit of a struggle. But then again, Alpha 7 have had a struggle in their first 2 matches. But yeah, I mean, I'm so used to seeing, like, you know, Beowulf in our top 10, 7, even Spec as well. There's a lot of names that we're just not seeing, at least when it comes from the American side. And then 19 Esports as well. I mean, they're kind of sitting pretty at, you know, top 5, top 4 position. And I don't know what it is about them, but they're doing extremely well. I believe there's actually even another giveaway we're doing for you all at home. Yeah, and it actually all comes into how many people are watching the stream at the exact same moment. So there's some milestones that are looking to hit here, and if we do hit them, you get some free permanent outfits, or at least a chance to get it. So make sure you tell all your friends, make sure you tell your family to get everyone here watching as possible. So gentlemen, as we move into our 3rd match, I haven't done it yet today. I'm going to do it now. Predictions. So, if you're hopefully out there watching as a player, you hope Frost isn't going to say your team, because he seems to have that curse going his way. But Frost, who do you have?
You know what? I'm going to throw a curveball. I'm going to throw it back to you. Who do you pick, Jason?
Well, that is not my job as the host. So Seven, we'll throw it over to you as your chance to pick.
What?
You know what? I'm going to go with Ghost. They did well on the first Erangel. Yesterday, they ended up the day doing well as well. I feel like they're getting ready for that win. If it's not Ghost, it might end up being Chivas, but I know Elanise is pulling for Ghost, so Ghost it is for me.
I'm going to throw a name out there.
No. You had your chance. Ross. You threw it. You got rid of it. No, quickly.
19 Esports.
Okay, well, poor 19 Esports going to be going out in 16th place here. We're going to find out with our casters with Environment Mustache Dave as we bring them back in and head back over to Erangel for match 3 of 5 here of our 2nd day of the PMWI.
Ross, why would you do me like that? Why? Why would you curse 19 Esports, the Canadians? Why would you do that to me? It's bad. Anyway, Dave, we're back. Yes, game number 3 back on Erangel. I'm excited to see what these teams can do. Map number 1. With the military shift, we saw some teams play a little bit more passive, go for maybe the safer option, quote unquote, and they got punished for it, Dave. I want to see teams do plays that are a little more aggressive. I want to see them take some risks.
And for me, if you are going to be a team to really, grab the fruit, right? The risky fruit, it has to be Onyx, man. Like, it has to be Onyx. Like, especially just looking at this flight plan. If I'm Onyx, Primorsk gets cool and all. I'm going military base. Okay, that's where I'm going. Get on that sweet loop, get a couple boats if it doesn't favor down there. Whatever Onyx were doing yesterday, they can't be doing today. And game 1, in all fairness, like a much better game, right? Like we saw them late game, they had a couple kills. It was a good start, but then last game we saw them in the ruins, kind of getting hot dropped on. We saw the plays coming on out, Master forced to kind of defend themselves. A lot of hesitation though. That's what I'm seeing from Onyx. A lot of hesitation in team fights when they just gotta believe in their gun skills that they got it. So we'll see what they can do here. We already see a couple players, couple teams dropping out. I got my eye. I'm trying to look. Okay, Pachinki confirmed. They told me before this event even started, like both teams, goes, guns.
Oh,
dude, my military base prediction.
It would have been so good. It would have been so good. It would have been made in the shade. I can't see the bottom of that circle, Dave. This is going to be military. Teams need to go now. If I'm Team Queso, I get in a vehicle, I totally ditch Fairy Pier, I go military now. If I'm Konita Power, same thing. I get in a car, I drive. No hesitation. Onyx might look to do the same. I think both teams need to. I think you get in a car, you go.
Yeah, I already see a vehicle, Onyx. They got a little 2-2 split going on right now. At least one of their players are in a vehicle.
Konita Power's doing it too.
Okay, they hear us. They hear. Not only that, like they see the zone. Come on, for a fact, like this is gonna be a milli game. Like there's no, I have no doubt.
Way.
I'm like 95% sure it's gonna go down there. But before we get to that, Pachinki, who's gonna make it on out alive? We already see, what's that? VSS on the Bayo. Bayo making that weapon pretty popular here in comp. So we'll see what they can do with it.
Oh, the car is so shiny. I like it. Anyway, VSS. So I'm rocking it actually late game last time around. And I remember when I first started casting PUBG Mobile, like way back, like 2019, VSS was actually super common just because it comes silence default. You're able to take these like sort of awkward mid-range fights. Yeah, obviously the bolts don't hit as hard, but it puts you in a position where you can catch teams unaware and extend the time period where you're not getting shot back.
Honestly, one of my favorite weapons, and I stand by that since like the day I started playing, right? Especially if you get that extended mag, you got a ton of bullets to whiff in my case, and you're almost guaranteed to hit a couple. And I think it's a really strong weapon early game. In particular, like you said, it comes with a scope. It's suppressed already. The 9mm, not too bad. So we'll see as this game, military. Everybody already trying to shift down here, trying to claim some type of position for themselves.
And they're not having a whole lot of luck here. It's Team Queso, the player chilling on the bridge. Looking to try and find some shots. Is already down 2 members of Guns, going for the pickup. Can they find the shots? Come on. Oh, yes they do. Okay, Nitsu, the one-man wrecking crew. And it comes down to the last player remaining. Do they even have a weapon?
I would pop some tires, but maybe Nitsu's not doing it because the ammo situation might be a little low. And it does look like they were able to drop down, so they don't need to worry about Nitsu getting the confirm right here. And Guns, I'm going to say, not a successful push across the bridge. They lost 2 in the process. At least they got the pickup, but it's going to be tough to defend their position no matter where they go here in this very challenging zone.
This was definitely, of all the zones we've seen so far over the last 2 days, you're 100% correct, Dave. This is the most challenging. This is the one that requires the most decision-making from teams early. It is going to pose a lot of challenging questions that they're going to need to answer. I got to give props to Guns, though. They actually made the absolute correct play. That drop pickup was sick, and now Freak's in a position where he could turn this one around. The spray, can he transfer it? Not quite. Ran out of ammo. That was nearly sick. That was sick. It was sick. It was still sick. That's some revenge.
Not gonna lie, kind of dropped the ball there. Like, Team Queso knew for a fact that there's somebody at the end of the bridge, right?
I think they thought they had no weapons. Because there wasn't a single shot back, I think they thought the entire team had no guns. Nitsu just fell to his death to deny the point.
Look at this.
I'm not sure I love, as the rest of the team comes around on a boat, and they beach it too, so they deny any other team getting value out of it. Oh, man.
And Hamoudi is underneath the bridge, so in case they do decide to drop off the bridge to get that revive, kind of similar to what Guns did, Hamoudi's there to get the confirm. So they're really thinking ahead right now.
They are indeed. The question is does Hamoudi have a weapon? Didn't have one before. Not sure he has one now, honestly. So we'll keep an eye on that as Remo's going to get confirmed. It's a 2v2 now between Team Queso and Guns, and both of these teams would have been able to like to take this clean. The setup on this bridge could spell huge benefits for them over time. So we're jumping now to the complete other side of the military island as Axer is just shredding people. That M4 spray, that red dot did not move. It did not shift. It did not wiggle. It was a laser. And now Rahad is going to have to try and answer.
On point for sure. And you know what I'm looking at the map. This fight needs to happen quickly because Loca Nostra on a boat. The pirates out there. They're going to be pulling up here very shortly. Oh, watch your angles. I see an M249 on the playing field. And Rahad, what is this? A solo in a dream. M249 though, if there is a weapon to make this dream come true, that's the one.
Got to try and deal with both players peeking him at once to try and find an angle to make this a 1v1. Okay! And he can just keep firing. He goes to the pre-fire now, around the corner, goes to the drop shot. Are you kidding me? Desha just single-handedly slaughtered Konina Power. There's only one player left. Can he get the 1v4? It all comes down to Nomi with the big plays. The nade is being primed. Does Desha have any way to try and survive this as the nade flies through, has to reposition, and a beautiful play from Nomi. Force him out with the nade, pre-fires the angle, gets the kill. They stay alive.
So close, though. So close. That was good. RTG, they're like, okay, we don't want nothing to do with this bridge, and they sent it off. Huge play to be able to make it across this alive with three underneath the bridge to kind of third party this long, drawn-out battle between Team Queso and Guns. Nomi, though, coming in clutch for Konina Power. I'm not going to lie. Coming in clutch with the flank, but we'll get back to that because Axel clutch. Couldn't clutch that one out.
Yeah, and just like this, the long, drawn-out, messy, sloppy bridge fight between these two teams comes to an end. Guns will be able to extricate themselves from the situation. They've got the buggy. Can they make it out? Freak's got no helmet, and that hair is just, it's screaming to be shot at. As we're seeing now, RTG, the second they think they have a moment of peace, Ghost Gaming has arrived, and this is just going to be the entire story of this game for the next 5 minutes as team upon team upon team try and make the sound. The thing I'm most interested in, Dave, is the fact that the other bridge, no one's camping it, no one's on it. How is it open at this point in the game?
Yeah, free and clear, and that's going to be beneficial to Destiny, Chivas, even Alpha, if they can quickly kind of claim that for themselves, because the West Bridge we saw right there, Ghost, it's in ruins, right? There's vehicles blowing up everywhere. There's crates everywhere. And Ghost, they already see the shift, already popping in their vehicles. They're going to need to move. And looking around, we see Godsent in a boat, 19E in a boat. Onyx, they wrapped around all the way down there to the south in a boat. Loca Nostra, they wrapped to the east down there to the south in a boat. A lot of boat plays. And I'm pointing that out because Destiny, to me, it looks like they're looking for a boat. There might not be a boat at this point in the game.
Yeah, I think it maybe on that coast they might be able to find one, but they might have to try and take the swim or try and take the bridge. I think they are probably going to assume what I would have assumed, that the bridge at this point is still being held. Not actually the case here, so we'll keep an eye on this as RTG is going to pull out, and that opens up Ghost Gaming. HH24 with the Fast and Furious plays here off the bridge. Spec's going to follow. These two are going to look to try and gain ground, edge creep their way into this next zone. A surprising lack of action here as a lot of teams sent it very far into the circle early. can't say I'm surprised, but we've seen a lot of edge creep over the last few days, Dave. I expected more teams to play that here.
Look at this. I love it. I love it. Alpha 7 over here. They're going to be over Shelter. So I agree. At this point in the game, if I'm still on the mainland, I'm going to be like, okay, that East Bridge, there has to be a team there. There has to be. But in reality, there's not. And looking over here at the top, the highest elevated point here on military base, UDR currently holding it down to their own. We saw Konina Power. Yeah, seriously. We saw Konina Power try to go up there, but quickly forced to push off because it's already taken.
And we're able to get it down onto Sandro, burn some meds, burn some armor. So keep an eye on that and how much of an impact that might have as they're rotating down to a potential fight between like a Nostro. We'll see if they're going to be able to make this one happen. Clash is here as well. A little bit of friendly fire. That's okay. All these teams are just trying to vie for a position on the coast because half of this circle is water still. It's still water. This is just such a toxic circle. We saw one earlier when it comes to Military Island, and it seemed like Erangel is in a mood today.
I think Ghosts have the best position. A lot of teams, this is interesting to me, they're kind of favoring the coast down here to the south, but you have to assume eventually the zone is going to shift away from the water, which it tends to do a lot of times, and we all know Bayo...
for sure.
Yeah, Bayo has the algorithm down packed. So, you know, Bayo in a good spot right now for Ghost. And it's going to be pretty crazy for all the teams on the coast to reposition and kind of just doubling back to UDR's position up there on the high ground. It's huge, right? If the zone does shift away from the water, which it tends to do, they have a lot of sight lines on teams that are going to be forced to reposition from their coastal spots.
Like we do see the cliffs on Sanhok, though, it can be a double-edged sword. I agree. I think it's one of the strongest strategic positions on the map right now. But if a hard shift, say, goes down towards like the southwest per se, and they have to try and go down the side of that hill, they could be also very exposed. So high risk, high reward. But if it pays off for them, if they have a chance to continue to take shots at these teams surrounding them, they could rack up a ton of kill points. As Alpha 7's making the cross, Destiny is as well. Extra Gaming and Chivas, though, out in the blue still. Keep an eye on that. As you're right, Dave. So many of these teams on the coast. It's insane. But no, UDR Killers gets the best circle they could humanly ask for. Ghost Gaming is still in this next one, but this is UDR in a prime spot. I wouldn't be surprised to see a team like Ghost try and take it from them early, try and usurp that high tower position.
And all those teams on the coast, it's a product of, those are the teams that took boats, right? They all thought, okay, we take a boat, we wrap down there towards the south, it should be somewhat safe. But everybody thought the same thing. All those teams that did decide to get in those boats, now they're all going to be right on top of each other. We actually saw for a quick second 2 members of 19E. They're on that little tiny island down there as well. Kind of trying to play it safe, but you call it Ghost. They're trying to reposition. They're trying to get some type of high ground right now on Clash. MZ taking down HH.
Of a tree to work with, but yeah, I mean, that was 100% the right call to make from Ghost. You've got to try and get up on the high ground as best you can. You've got to do it immediately. They were in vehicles ready to rock when the circle popped. I think the big difference, Dave, part of the reason teams roll down on the coast, yes, they had the boats, but also that was the center of the circle. Teams not appreciating how much these later game circles shift due to water. It is not equal. These things are not made equally. And because of that, so many are caught out of position. The unfortunate factor for Ghost was, though, where they lost that player, where that player got knocked is entirely exposed. They are spending resources to try and get the revive, but at that point, I almost wonder if it would have been better to just leave them.
Yeah, seriously. And kind of back to that water point, like the 2 to 3 years, you know, been watching these games, I've seen a water ending maybe twice. So you have to assume like it's going to go on the land. Destiny, strong position on Nova. They got it all to themselves over there on the coast. But right now, one of the main stories, can Ghost Gaming make it on out alive? Right now, they are pinned down. They got a couple smokes, providing that soft cover. They're trying to get the pickups and the revives. They do have some vehicles as well, but this spray from MZ keeping them just pinned.
I can't believe Ghost has survived for as long as they have. We did see a double nade knock from Guns onto Onyx here on the coast. Poor Onyx just cannot catch a break as Hamoudi with the Scar looking to cut up the hopes and dreams of Onyx. But Seven's not in a bad position here. Has that little bit of the defilade, but Chivas is rotating as well. The nades are continuing to come in, trying to find that off angle. The blue will continue to pressure this as well. As we're seeing Fran dropping Onyx. Actually, nice pop up there from 7. Can they confirm the kill? They do, but they get knocked in the process.
That was such a bait right there. That was such a bait. Sin popped up real quick with that Uzi. And we saw Chivas kind of just zooming past there. Both these teams, Onyx and Guns, they were so tunnel vision on one another. Another squad just zoomed right past them. And they're going to be in the blue. It's a lose-lose for me, honestly, in my opinion. Both squads in the blue. They're going to be rotating in so late. Next zone does go on up. But El Chapo, grenade in hand. El Chapo, one of the star players when it comes to damage from RTG, looking to make some big plays.
Yeah, but Next Street Gaming, I think, very smartly appreciate that this is not a fight that they need to take. They are not in this next zone. They are far away on the outside. And oh, night.
Oh, no.
Froz? Froz. Can we have a word? Froz, can we have a word? Can we have a word? I blame this solely on you. Literally no one else. Not 19 Esports, highly delayed, not great rotational decision-making. I just blame Froz. All right?
Adam in the chat.
That's just the way the Maple Syrup
Adam
candy
in the
crumbles.
chat. Canada at Froz in the chat right now. 100%. 100%. Just unfortunate. Fortunate for Loco Nostra, though.
Oh!
Kill points. And Ghost making the pull-up. And you know what? Konita Power said, stop. Not only that, Destiny.
Destiny was the third party. Yeah, it was Destiny on the off angle here. Beast and crew. Ghost is so focused on KP that they got crossfired and just obliterated. I wonder if we have that on our replay. Would love to get a chance to watch that one back. As Beast, I don't think he appreciates how many members of Konita Power are down. He could push this. There's 2 players down. He's not going to. He's going to go for the safer call. They have the circle. They're in a great spot, but Beast is still split from the team. I kind of want him to regroup, Dave. I understand playing off a bit, but you either need to go for the kills or you need to reset. Right now, he's doing neither. And this is where the action is really going to start to heat up. There's only 2 ways around this hill, Dave. You've got to go from the south, you've got to go from the north, and they are going to bottleneck so hard.
I love this trench, though, right here. It gives a lot of room to kind of move around, but it's also kind of like a basket for Santa Texas grenades. And it's up to Frozen right here to really clutch it out. Not able to do so because guess what? It was a 3-1 split. And Alpha 7 on top.
Yeah, absolutely huge. Speaking of the 3-1 split, Beast didn't do any of the things I asked him to and instead just lay there to die. So just like that, Destiny and Konita Power on an even 3v3. He got caught out. There's no surprise there. There's the third party from Clash, I imagine, had a bit of a factor on that one. No chance to try and make it back across the road. And just like that, Konita Power have themselves a nice little farmhouse to play with, and they've got a lot of time.
A lot of time, super centralized when we look at everybody else. I'm really liking Clash right now. Today in general, like they get a compound on the edge, and if it like favors them on the edge, it pays off big time. But before we get to that, Daddy caught that grenade with the glove. Let's be honest.
Did indeed, and the rest of his team is paying for the tickets. That's not the ball game you wanted to go see. Because just like that, Loco Nostro out of this game. Perfectly cooked, signed, sealed, delivered. Mwah! That nade crushed it.
Classic spaghetti meatballs combo right there. And hey, UDR, they're still up there on the high ground. My fear is kind of to agree with you, like they're spending a lot of time up there, and if the next circle doesn't favor them, like what do? Do you get into the vehicles and just YOLO send it? We'll find out, because Godsent right now, Godsent with the nice spray across the map onto RTG.
And they've got to leave. I like it alive, or just to bleed out here, unless maybe they can try and have the... No, absolutely not. That's not happened. Fortunately, not able to confirm the kills into RTG, though. That's the issue, and Senke was able to fire those ones back, and now, somehow, someway, Godsent's got to try and make this crossing, but they are exposed. The circle centers up, which is great for Konita Power. Destiny may need to come together. Alpha 7 is still very much a contender to this throne as UDR. They got a crate. They got the high ground still. They are going to be able to stagger this rotation. It's going to pay off well for them, Dave. They are in a good spot.
Good spot, but awfully close to Alpha 7, who are on fire right now this game. So RTG casually rolling up here. They were able to find themselves on the edge, but they're going to need to gatekeep Godsent making their way on in. So RTG, they are aware of Godsent over here. Like they were just taking shots at them a couple of moments ago. But this is their opportunity. Like Godsend, they have an open field, a couple trees. We see them with those smokes, but this is the moment for RTG to really get some additional kill points.
I love this play. This is the power of vehicles. This is the power of vehicles. They were able to just completely bypass Godsend, and now Godsend has to play into them. They're sitting right on the edge of this next circle. Destiny as well. Dead center, feeling great. Wish they'd been able to extricate Beast. Wish they'd been able to get him back with the rest of the team. Having all 4 players up would have been a huge benefit to them here. But we'll see. As Clash was able to freely rotate into the city as well. But Kanina Power Dave, they still have a really strong position here. They fought for that farmhouse, got a little bit of help with Ghost, and it's paying off.
Yeah, they don't need to move. Not right now, at least. They don't need to move. UDR has the high ground onto RTG, and then RTG with the high ground onto Godsend. They don't need to move, but
still
they also
your head
can't
out.
be peeking windows like that. Yeah, they have such a strong spot right here.
Clash is hitting shots, Dave. What happened to this team? They ate their Wheaties this morning.
They were forced, to reposition because their compound on the edge wasn't in play no more. So they're kind of just strolling up right behind Destiny, and maybe Destiny just didn't expect a squad to roll up from the east side because Michi was kind of keeping guard of that east side for some time. So now they are aware. Now they have the intel, but they need to avoid these grenades.
I'm just impressed that Clash just seems to be really, really hitting their shots in a way that we haven't seen them do as well before. Destiny barely able to get themselves out of there with that one. Fresh just trying to survive. We'll have to reposition. We'll be able to do so, get back with the rest of the team. But boy, is that one close.
I like how the garages have that McLaren or the Tesla's already parked in there, just ready to go. That backup plan. That is like planning 5 steps ahead. And talk about planning. UDR, they planned this about 10 steps ahead. Oh, take the shot! What? No, Amir.
Come on.
I think you should have went for that. I think you had to.
I mean, it's a mini. You hit him 3 times. Come on.
We'll see.
Big sad. All right. Well, we'll take an eye on the kill feed, see if that doesn't end up popping up as RTG now to try and push uphill. Kanina Power continue to try and peek, but getting put back down. How many times has Axer had to run up now and get this revive? He's like, dude, stop getting down. Because
I mean, now they're kind of forced to, though, right?
That's
because
what
their
I'm saying.
circle,
They have to shift.
Yeah, they have to now. But earlier, yeah, for sure. Like, just relax and just kind of TPP and get that intel.
Yeah, they are going to be able to do that here, though. Deny some of the players who may be stopping this next rotation. Nuggets will drop. That's Godsend out. That's the shot they were looking to get. But they're doing this as a team, Dave, which is making it a lot more effective. This frees up this entire southern portion of the hill for them to rotate up as RTG's looking to do just that, try and usurp UDR up here at the top. But they're going to have to contend with Alpha 7 as well, who pushed on this middle ground. I don't know if I love this play, Dave. Alpha 7 is potentially very exposed. Their utility usage is going to have to be excellent.
I'm looking at UDR as well. They need to make sure not to kind of span out too far and get a little thin over there. They need to keep close, in my opinion. But over here, Kanina Power still defending and doing a good job at it. Clash losing 2 in the process.
Yeah, Clash didn't have a whole lot of options there. They had to try and backed up their teammates there, but Trazen wasn't able to find the angle. Instead, will just opt to send it, but gets dropped. Yeah, EGR just gonna
tower.
Yeah, I wish they'd stacked meds and just left one player to heal strat through this. I think at this point, as that buggy is just get right on out of there. Buggy had a mind of its own. As Nomi now has to try and keep the rest of the team up and in this. UDR Killer's taking a lot of shots, but like I mentioned before, the utility usage being absolutely critical. The smoke stave are going to continue to be a factor as the vehicle explosion does the work. Nano, you can't stand still because Boyaka will absolutely wreck you every single time.
We're about 24 minutes in this game. If they get taken out now, 7th place, no, now 6th place, it's going to be 4 points. So we'll see. Alpha 7 definitely trying to flex out. Oh, this is risky. The pull up, UMP in hand, the spray, the strafe, back and forth with the crouch spam. Able to clutch that one out.
Making some magic with a little bit of hocus pocus.
Another
and getting
one.
It done! With the 1v2 to take the spot, that was the play that UDR Killers needed. That was a must-win fight, and they did it in style, Dave. That was a swag play. That had some confidence.
That's the highlight clip play right there. That play is going on Twitter.
Put that on your reel.
Put that on the reel, guaranteed. Look at this circle, though. Alpha 7. dominating it right here. Dominating. So we'll see. They're in it. Like, they got it to themselves. So we'll see what happens.
I was questioning their position, but I didn't realize that the way this hill crested exactly, they actually had this little bit of cover from both the low ground and the high ground. I did not appreciate how strong this position was for them. I thought UDR Killers was going to be able to apply a lot more pressure, but because of the way this hill shifted, Dave, this actually ended up working out so beautifully for our Brazilian squad. 7 kills, 4 knocks, and already almost 1,000 damage. I was expecting it to be more.
I'm still favoring UDR though right now, because UDR, they're applying pressure to Konina Power, and they're going to force Konina Power to clash with the edge of Alpha. Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing right here.
The way that hill works, they do have a little bit of cover. Props to Axer, though, as Focus is going to drop. Konina Power is applying pressure both ways, but that is a very exposed position. Axer had no choice to send a Texa through the grass. Not a shot missed. This is now Alpha 7 trying to reposition. UDR Killers need to get their players back up and in the fight, but this one's going to be tough as Alpha 7 just looking to demolish everyone in their path. And Dave, with that kill, this is huge.
This is Alpha's game to win, honestly. Nano needs to land a grenade to even open up the potential, because right when they crest over this hill, their head's immediately going to be spotted.
That's it. Dave, that's just it. We don't even get a chance to try and analyze it. Alpha 7 just wanted to win that game, and they did it in style. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. What an absolutely crazy game number 3. So many decisions teams had to make early. In Alpha 7, they came in late. They played it slow, played it steady, but when they needed to flip that switch, they turned it all the way to 11.
Brazil getting that chicken dinner here in this game. Spain coming in that second place. UDR, though, they were controlling a lot of the terrain for a majority of the game. Konina Power, on the other hand, I think I counted 11 kills. 11 kills. That's like basically equivalent to right in between second and third place when we look at placement points alone. So huge game for Konina Power. Huge day in general. Coming into today, they're like that mid-pack team. Right now, they should be at the top with their performances, but Alpha 7, much needed win right there for Brazil.
Yeah, that was a big one there from them. They just did a really good job of making sure that all their angles were covered. A lesser team would have focused too hard, tunnel vision in a specific direction, but I was watching them on the map. They were constantly head on a swivel, 360. Everybody was watching every single direction. There was no chance that Konina Power was going to be able to third-party them and do any meaningful damage. Instead, Alpha 7 took kills off of every single team around them. As we take a look back at the highlights, Dave, this game certainly delivered. What is it about today? These teams, they're out for blood.
Hey, I'm happy that we're getting these military base finishes too, by the way. It's just, it's been a pleasure. And right off the rip, this is the Guns Bridge Camp versus Team K. So this fight was at least 5 to 7 minutes long. The trades back and forth, but then eventually another squad, Ghost Gaming, rolling on up.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost. Oh, well, there was a time. Oh, there was also this play.
Yeah.
There was also this play from Desha. This was just sick. I mean, Nomi played it to absolute perfection, threw the nade, forced him out, pre-covered the angle, shot him. You know, it is what it is, but still, a near 1v3 Ghost. The fact that they were able to survive this just shows the pure tenacity of this team. But it was these rotations, Dave. It was nades like that. I saw it in the kill feed, but that was sick.
That was a 1v4 with Desha, and Desha was able to clutch out 3 of the members. So honestly, like, we're talking about highlight plays, that to me is a win. If you can knock down 3 enemies and you're a solo, like, that's some skill. Yeah, you have the M249, but you gotta know how to use it. And that's what you were talking about. Beast. You wanted to see Beast make some moves earlier. I don't think that's the move you were talking about right
That
there.
was the saddest death I've ever seen. Door opens, nade thrown out, door instantly closed, dead. All right. I mean, it would have been sick for Desha if he'd been able to get some of the points for the team. Instead, I don't think able to get any of them. KP was able to keep the squad in it, but still, a moral victory there from them. And I hope we get to see the push play from Pocus here in just a little bit, because we saw a lot of individual highlights, stand-up plays from a lot of these teams, but it was this final hill position, and it was plays like this, Dave, that give me so much hope for these next 2 days, seeing some of the best PUBG Mobile these countries have to offer.
The crouch spam combined with a UMP close range. Nothing stopping that.
Yep.
And just kind of rewinding a little bit with the Konina power. Remember how many times they got knocked towards the mid game in their compound? Like, I can only assume, like, if they would have avoided that, their health, their meds, and even their armor would have been in a better situation for them to maybe have a fighting chance towards the end right there. Regardless, though, great game. 11 kills. You can't be mad at it.
No, certainly cannot be mad. Great series of plays overall, but I agree. I think trying to take some of those riskier peaks may have ended up being a bit of a detriment to them in the end, but they were still able to put up an absolutely stellar performance. That's it, though, for game number 3. We still got a lot more action in store for all of you, so we're going to head to a short break and then game number 4.
COVID-19 vaccines are already helping millions of us get back to normality. But for many more, they are still out of reach. The vast majority of vaccines are going to wealthier countries, leaving the world's most vulnerable people behind. The COVAX initiative is working to right this wrong and ensure access to vaccines worldwide. This is not only the right thing to do, it is one of our best routes out of this global pandemic. As new variants continue to evolve, we know that as long as the virus is circulating somewhere, nowhere is safe. Gavi, through COVAX, is helping to provide vaccines at no cost to 92 lower-income countries. It has already delivered over 80 million vaccines worldwide. With your help, we can protect millions more people, ensure no one is left behind, and help bring an end to this pandemic.
I've got a difficult mission for you. Who's in? Close to 1 billion people from 92 of the world's poorest countries need to be vaccinated. You'll need to work closely with governments and health authorities, and it will take millions of volunteers. And it has to be cheap. This is a mission only a few organizations can handle. It is the world's biggest and fastest distribution of a vaccine ever. Equipment such as needles, canisters, visors, protective suits, and sanitizer need to be in place first. All of this has to be transported to the most inaccessible corners of the world. The vaccine has to be kept cold constantly. If not, it's all for nothing. And when the vaccine gets close, a population without mobile phones or internet needs to get the message. Thousands of health workers have to be trained to perform vital work. No one is safe until everyone is vaccinated, so we can't stop until that's a reality. But even though we're doing this because lives are on the line, this is real life and not a game. You don't get a new life if you fall, or if you drown trying to save lives. We have no lives to lose, but we're willing to risk a lot to vaccinate the whole world. As long as the virus exists, the whole world is in danger.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Well, I have to start off talking about this last match and talking about one thing in particular. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're out there rooting for your countries, you got to make sure to root a little bit harder. Make sure you get your cheers in-game. You can get some rewards for yourself and support them, as we did get to see Alpha 7 take themselves a victory and a chicken dinner, really reminiscent of yesterday where they got one as well, performing back to the standards that we expect out of this Brazilian team. And 7, if I'm not mistaken, you didn't say it on air, but you did say it right when we went to the green room. You thought Alpha 7 was going to win, right?
Yeah, I said it was either going to be Ghost or it was going to be Alpha 7, and I'm glad I was right in some kind of way. At least Ghost was able to get some damage too, so I had that going for me. But man, those circle ships are just pretty interesting when it goes to military as well. And then Frost, bro, we'll wait actually. You know what? I'm going to wait until we go to match ranking. Which, here we are, Alpha 7, 27 points. Boy, did they needed those points too, because today it has been a hit and miss. The first game, 15th place, 0 kills. Second game, 10th place, 5 kills. And now being able to get that chicken dinner. And also, this is just for the viewers, in case you guys missed it yesterday, this is the second chicken dinner they get back-to-back days on match number 3. So something to keep an eye out on. Konina Power being able to get 21 points. They have definitely stepped it up today. And UDR Killers, I know, Frost, when we were watching this team, you thought maybe they were going to be able to get a chance at winning it. I thought they were going to choke, but hey, they were at least able to get some more kills.
I was expecting them to win that from that position and being able to play from up there. But yeah, sadly they did not, but still a really great game for him, getting himself 17 points in total there. That's going to propel himself up on the leaderboard. Now, we've seen Destiny getting a little bit more alive now as well. That's what we want to see. We saw him dominating yesterday, but today it's been a little bit more quiet. And of course, we have some of the other teams like Chivas there as well, but let's take a look at the other teams on the bottom here, because there's a few teams that some of us predicted. Not going to mention any names, but Jason, he might have predicted a team or two there that is towards the bottom. We have 90 Esports, we have Ghost Gaming.
Well, Frost, I just have to ask this one question. Why are you so garbage at picking out teams and predicting? You picked 19 Esports, and Viren ripped you on the broadcast. I'm going to rip you right now. You talked about guns on day one. You talked about 19 Esports. Why do you curse teams? Why do you hate people?
My middle name is Maxman. That's why. But I mean, these kind of teams, like we expected more from some of the teams towards the bottom in this game here. But it's what happens sometimes. You just bomb out. You don't get any points. You don't get any kills. You don't get any damage done. But hey, there's always the next game.
There is.
It doesn't seem to be sometimes though when you pick a team, man. It's every time you pick a team, they just bomb out. I don't know what that kind of power that is, what kind of monkey paw stuff that is. But let's take a look at the overall settings, get an idea of where everything stand after the halfway point here of our second day. We see Nexria Gaming taking that #1 position, albeit by 1 point, as Kanina Power have had a fantastic day today.
And something that I'm go for it, Frost.
You go.
All right, I was gonna say Kanina Power. I mean, they've been. At least to me, they have been the most consistent on this day. #2, being able there to secure 87 points. Next year, though, they have been able to put up some good performances, only being able to take the lead, as Jason was saying, by just 1 point. Destiny, for me, has fell off, and they have fell off in a big way. Remember, they were starting to create there a little bit of a lead, kind of has fallen off to the 3rd place, and now with Alpha 7 Esports, some of their players are finally starting to wake up. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. But I know the Brazilian audience is definitely going to want to see them improve. They want to see, at least at the end of the day, see them in that top 3. We have 19 Esports, even after they had that goose egg of a game all round, they were able to maintain that 5th place. Chivas Esports, with Chivas, Frost, this was kind of like something that we were talking about yesterday. If they don't perform well in Erangel, we're going to see them drop. And guess what? Today, that's exactly what's happening.
That's happening right now. They got themselves a 6th place here in the previous game, though. Kind of what we expected from them on a Erangel game, to get a decent counter placement at least. But Konina Power, they've gotten 87 points right now. Coming into today, they had 37. That means that they've gathered 50 points so far today. And we still have 2 more games to go. That's going to be amazing for them to see where they can bring themselves up to towards the end of the day. But here, looking at the bottom 8 teams now, we still have, it's kind of fairly like close. towards the center there, the center pack, you can see La Chronostra, Queso, Clash just being a few points behind right now to be on the top 8. And then we go down a little bit. We have Rad, we have Guns, and Ghost Gaming, 3 teams that we expected a lot more from. But Godson only 1 point behind Ghost Gaming as well. And I mean, Onyx down there, but hey, they're doing better than yesterday, and that's what's most important.
And they finally passed 10 points. I know some of us were starting to do some bets, so it's good to see them at least get 13 points total overall. With Ghost Gaming, you know what, Ghost? The players know that I love them. I'm going to do the reversal of Frost. I'm just going to stop picking them because I think I was cursing them as well. So we'll see what they end up doing throughout the day.
Well, one team we did want to look a little bit further into, to go a little bit more positive, I guess, in this one is Alpha 7, and kind of compare yesterday to today. Now, you mentioned 7 earlier on that we did have them take a victory yet again on the 3rd match of the day like they did on day 1. And their stats are funny enough, kind of similar, but I think for me, the thing is we have to remember the Alpha 7 did kind of bomb out towards the later stages of the first day, if I'm not mistaken, and they had that kind of slump happen at the start of today, so maybe this is the bounce back for them.
And that's exactly what I'm hoping to see. I hope we don't see the exact same second half performance that we saw yesterday on today as well, because those 2 last matches were the ones where they just absolutely threw. Something that I do want to point out with this team, obviously, as you can see there, they're improving on the kills, and that is because on this last match, I mean, Carrillo, the player that we've been wondering where he's been at, he was able to get 2 kills alone. I know that doesn't seem like that much, but thinking back on day 1, he was only able to get 3 kills. And then I do want to give another player here from Alpha 7 a little bit of credit, and that is going to be Mafios. He was able to get 6 kills with 400 damage. And Jason, I know you and I kind of hate this name because we used to love the way he used to have the name before. Senetexa was able to put up great numbers for his team, not in regards to kills, but at least in regards to damage with 529 points, Ross.
Look, I'm going to tell you this, though. Mafios right now have 15 kills. He's topping on the team here with Revel just behind with 14 kills. And then you have Carrillo and Senatex on 6 kills each. And we're expecting more from those two, being only down on 6 kills. But it doesn't matter when you have the other two being able to pop off and being able to perform when you can't deliver that. That's what it's all about. You're a team. It's all about the results you're making all together.
It reminds me of currently what's going on in the East Conference with Bigatron, where they acquired Liquid and Microboy stepped out. It's like they have a team full of fraggers, but they don't have anyone really playing support. You know, Law used to be on Alpha 7. He's no longer on the team. I feel like he did such a good job of playing support to allow his members of his team to perform well. And I wonder, maybe it's just too many big hitters in the team and no one's really willing to play that selfless role to make sure the team does win. But you know what? Alpha 7, they're still looking pretty decent. We're still, not even halfway done with the entire event. We still have another match to come up with Miramar in just a few moments. And I'm excited to see how all the teams continue to develop. You already mentioned Onyx. They're doing better than they did yesterday. I want to continue to see all the teams do that, though it's not really possible with the way that the points actually work out. But again, there's still a couple of other teams out there that I'm looking towards of really, and I don't want to hit too hard on it, but of really kind of letting us down. Ghosts. I mean, the caliber players they have, like Beowulf has played in so many massive tournaments. We have the raw fragging power of HH24, of Tenza, of Spec, and they're just not hitting the peaks that we expect out of this team.
Yeah, and with Ghost Gaming, I think the main thing that a lot of us that watch them in NA, we kind of expected them to not do so well in day 1. They usually kind of tend to sit back and just watch everybody and see what they're doing. This day 2, we saw them starting to get a little bit hot there in the first game, and then they went into Sanhok, which is usually not one of their favorite matches to play. And now we went back into Erangel, and they end up putting up 0 points in Erangel. That's definitely gonna hurt them. As I said, I'm gonna do a frost reverse. I'm not gonna mention anything in regards to how they're gonna be doing here in the upcoming Miramar. But if there's any time where they need to actually turn it up, now is the time, because some of the other teams are starting to be more consistent. And if another team like Kaneda Power or Ruya gets a win, they're going to start running away with it.
I mean, look at Ghost. It's all about one small mistake in every game. That one small mistake is just dragging them down. So you want to see them not making those mistakes, and you're going to see them towards the top. That's all I got to say about Ghost Gaming right now.
Well, maybe you can collect some of the cards that will be put into the game. You guys can collect all those within the actual game. They're not physical copies of it. At least I don't believe they will be. Maybe if there's enough support, they will put out some of those. But make sure you guys check those out in-game when they do come out. In the meantime, we got to check out our commentators because they're looking mad fine today with Environment Mustache Dave to bring us into Miramar here for Match 4.
Thanks so much, Jason. Let's get into it. Let's just go right into the action. We don't even have time to be on camera. That's how hot this next game is going to be, Dave. We're back with Miramar. Only get to see it 4 times over the entirety of this weekend. So for those teams who do tend to favor this map, now's their time to shine.
That's the truth right there. Just like what Jason said, we're looking mad fine. Another truth right there. So we'll see. Yesterday, Miramar, I'm trying to think back. I think we had a couple early game kind of skirmishes, but for the most part, early game, really, really quiet. And we were kind of talking about it that with Miramar, with the zones being, so much terrain to really deal with, that you get to truly take in like the different strategies that these squads like to implement in their gameplay. For example, the edge play, or teams that like to drop real quick, go center. It's really exaggerated here on this map. And just, kind of thinking today as a whole, like what strategy, because that's always a question, like what strategy is the best, edge or center? For me, there's no real answer to it. Yeah, they both have pros and cons. Like if you go center early, you're in a hot spot to get crashed on, or you're on edge, you don't get favored in the circle. That's also a risk. So we'll see. Considering this zone, nobody's even in it. Nobody.
I mean, this was a low, west-east southern plane path, and this is a hard north shift circle. These back-to-back games, Dave. The circle gods were kind on day number 1. Here on day number 2, they are angry. And I agree, there's no real answer. We saw a lot of teams play edge for a very long time, and then it was all about the early rotates, get a compound, play center. But I feel like as Vikendi got phased out of the map set, that was one of the maps that really exemplified that play style. We called it like the breach meta, where it was all about breaking into people's compounds. That's shifted a little bit, again, since it's no longer in the pool. So because of that, I think teams are starting to favor both. And honestly, I see teams playing both and making both work. I actually think this is probably, in that regard, the healthiest the meta has looked so far. Both strategies are absolutely viable.
Yeah, definitely situational. Like we saw Team Queso, they attempted to make a crash pull up and they got wiped. Didn't work out. But then we saw like Clash, they played edge. They get favored because of the edge play and they get a chicken dinner, right? So there's definitely extremes for both. And looking over here, Sandro, this is risky. A solo, following a squad that you have to assume they are aware of because they saw each other's parachutes. And Sandro, no weapon in hand. So fortunate for them, they will be alive. And just talking big picture, the zone, and really which team is appreciating the magnitude of circle number 1, it has to be Destiny. All 4 members already in vehicles, all 4 members already sending it to a somewhat center position, which I think is huge. It's definitely a heads-up play, because on the flip end, we got Konita Power down south, not moving, just looting. We got RTG down south, not moving. I really, truly feel like those teams are going to have the biggest struggle here this game.
Especially because of the way the terrain works. There's a lot of awkward mountainous areas, both in the center, on the east and west. There's only a couple of really, I don't want to say viable, but routes you're not afraid to take going quick in a vehicle that aren't like super, super treacherous. And because of that, they're going to create these sort of natural funnels and choke points as teams do rotate up from the south. So because of that, because of their option to rotate in late, they are objectively going to be out of it positionally. The way they're figuring if they can counter that is if they can spend enough time to loot up now, they can get utility, get lots of meds, get all the vehicles, and they're going to have that to sort of counterbalance their lack of positional power, let's say. They're going to try and balance it out with the utility, which isn't the worst decision ever, but we'll see how it plays out.
We'll see. There's a lot of possibilities here, especially early game. Yep, this is that Konita Power position we were talking about. You have to assume, like, you're going to have a safe looting phase, which is always a plus. Like, it's always good to not have to risk it and, be on your P's and Q's and super aware. The thing is, like you said, the choke points, they're going to be occupied here very shortly for multiple teams. Team Queso, UDR, even Chivas up there. Yep. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting. By the way, I just leveled up in real life. Not a flex, but daddy. Drop the follow on the IG, son. So, hey.
All right.
Hey, I'm just saying, Paul.
I'm just saying. He heard you. He heard you. He's hearing the praise you're sending his way.
There you go.
And because of that, I want to see more. I want to see more from Loco Nostra. This is
Trying to get a follow.
He has a lot of potential. I don't really use Instagram, but that's okay. If I did, that's 100%.
I follow you on Instagram. Yeah, I see your cooking photos.
Occasionally, I do like to cook up some food. These players that cook grenades. I cook stews on occasion. I'm gonna try my hand at making some more like I got ramen last night. Now I want to try making ramen. Things are happening, Dave. Not in this match, but just in general, because it's been very quiet to start things off. No real surprise as we segue right back around.
There you go.
Perfectly done. Nobody even noticed.
And then
Perfectly
segue
done.
back out. Paul.
Okay.
Paul likes to cook ramen. Likes to play the guitar.
Yeah, there you
Drop
go.
a follow. And segueing back in. All right, 19E, Hacienda. I like that. Froz not picking that team to win this game, so that's a good sign, because yesterday representing Canada. Okay, consistent day in my opinion for 19E.
I mean, they came into today in third place. They were looking in a pretty good spot. That last one was obviously pretty rough, but I 100% blame it on the fact that they just made one of the worst rotational decisions I've ever seen, and they just stayed out on the water for way too long. They had a lot of teams looking at them. They're not going to make that call this time. They're doing the complete opposite strat. They are not going to wait. They are not split looting like we have, the influence of Shifan on this team. We're not seeing that. They are going in early. They're grouping together. They're taking over Hacienda. And Dave, they're going to be not alone as I just look over my map and Ghost is joining them.
Both, USA, Ghost Gaming, Canada, 19E, they're like magnets. A lot of the games, like they're always just next to each other, taking the same pathways and forced to kind of clash, especially in the early game here. And see a couple shots get taken out over there onto Acer, but Acer able to pop behind there and keep these nice golden Marauder tires safe for the time being.
And I think I was thinking about this because I noticed it yesterday as well, and it's been true today. I think part of the reason why is because these are both two extremely veteran, experienced, high-level North American squads. They look and approach the game in very similar ways. They have compounds that they favor, they have rotations that they favor based on the meta that's developed in North America. So it makes sense to me that they'd be moving in roughly the same patterns with the same thought processes because it's been honed and refined in the same sphere. So it does make a lot of sense. We'll keep an eye on that as those teams continue to clash, like we're seeing Godsent doing right now, looking over towards the UDR Killers who, Dave, this squad, they love the high ground. They love getting up on that high ground.
That's their bread and butter. The eagle eye in the sky, and you can't hate it. But right now, we do see them somewhat separated here on the edge, and they don't want to separate too much here early game Miramar because we already see them. You're going to have to deal with two different teams, and that's when it gets a little risky, and yeah, we already see it not coming on out. We saw last game highlight plays from Focus. Clutching it with the UMP, but you're not going to be able to pull that off if you're trying to make that jump on that ramp by yourself.
Yeah, that is not a great position to be in right there. And of course, Pocus getting dropped. That play we saw in that last game, absolutely sick. We know this player can go off, but you have to be in a position to make those plays. You have to set yourself up for that success. As we're seeing the circle shifting in now, a lot of squads going from some crazy wide wraps in order to try and circumvent those choke points I was talking about. But Dave, we still see it right outside of San Martin. That is exactly one of the areas that I was looking towards. It is congested. Looks like the one-on-one here in Los Angeles. Not a good time.
It's similar to what we saw last game. Like all these teams that have the challenge of rotating into the zone, they look to offset that by going for the wide rotates. But the thing is, like, there's so many. Exactly. There's so many teams that are doing the same thing, trying to play safe. Sometimes the most obvious answer, just sending it straight in, is the easiest. And I think they're going to learn that very quickly, considering this is the second game in a row that we're kind of seeing a similar pattern when it comes to those wide rotates.
Like, I thought La Bandita was going to get congested. I thought Minas Generales was going to be where we're going to start to see this. Instead, everybody bypassed. Oh, no. Well, there was an attempt. Was he trying a suicide there? Or yeah. And normally you drop the first one, so that way you confirm you're down, and then you... Okay, well. Awesome.
I think it's just like a battery check. You know, the phone might have been running a little low, so you got to plug that bad boy in. So, you know.
Gotta be using a OnePlus. What are you doing, buddy? That's on you.
Ultra fast.
65-watt charging, ultra fast, 10 minutes. That's on you, man. That's on you.
It's crazy. Like, I got a OnePlus, and I plug it in. It's like at 5%. I look back 5 minutes later, 90%. I'm like, okay, I can game again. Okay, I like that.
I gotta get me one of those.
You gotta get it.
I gotta get me one of those. I'm using outdated tech over here. I gotta switch things up.
Yeah.
Just like Konita Power's got to switch up their game plan here on this one, as they've already lost 2 players. Not ideal. Way out on the outside. They will be in a position in this next circle. Not a good one, but one position. A position.
Honestly, though, big fan of Konita Power. They've been slaying it today, but I like that Guns finally getting some points on the board, because if you recall the pre-show yesterday, I was like, Guns, top 5, easy. Like, they're so aggressive, right? Recently, because looking back at Guns, when we look at the EMEA Championship, they got 2nd place, and they had a low kills, high placement point strategy. And then I watched the scrims. They kind of corrected it. They had a 50-50 split between those placement points and those kills, which is beautiful. Like, that is what I want to see. But looking at this, like, that was scrims. It doesn't matter. This is what matters when it comes to the overall leaderboard. And they're in 13th position. I would have never guessed. I would put all my UC on the line. I would have never guessed they would be that low.
And it's so interesting. You're talking about placement points versus kill points. And you're right, oftentimes the best teams have a near 50-50 split. When we look at the teams up at the top right now, Next Street Gaming, Konita Power, Destiny, Alpha 7, the top 4, almost dead even, or in some cases even slightly higher split in terms of kill points. But it drops off a cliff when you get out of the top 4. Those teams being able to frag out, making a huge difference. I need to see Guns start to add that to their arsenal. It's in the name. I need to see it in the play.
Yeah, it's all about that 50-50. But I guess you could say the same for a couple other teams down at the bottom, like Ghost Gaming, Seven's favorite team.
I mean, it is 50-50, but half of 38 is not a lot. So that's the problem there.
Yeah, not the 50-50 we're looking for here. So
not ideal.
Not ideal. We'll see, though. Hey, after today, though, 50% done. And we're talking 50-50. So they still have time. They definitely still have time to make that comeback. And talking about the zone, 50-50 once again, well, it favored San Martin. That's what you were looking at earlier.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams down here, but that top of the hill outside of San Martin itself to the southwest is still open. Precarious spot long-term if it shifts away from you, but an immediate power position as teams moving in from water treatment as well. The high ground, you can see 19 Esports looking to breach that, going back into Hacienda El Patron, which they previously occupied. Needed to take it from Godsend and Chivas, though. 19E, potentially a bit of a rough spot. There is a compound there for them to own. I would like to see them take that here, not overextend. We've seen them do that before, but Godsend, Chivas, they're in stellar spots, Dave.
And I love that visual that we saw on the mini-map. Like, we see everybody already in vehicles. The circle pop, those vehicles are already moving. It's like a nice little wave going back and forth. Everybody trying to reposition. And for the most part, every single squad has 4 or 3 vehicles to work with, which is huge, because if they are showing up late, maybe that compound's going to be taken. They have the option, and I love this all the time. We see it time and time again. They have the option to build their own cover. So important. That compound, it might be taken, but just pull up, blow up that vehicle, bada bang, there you go. You got that hard cover you were looking for in the first place. So everybody on the Great Migration, as a lot of people like to put it right now.
Surprising, as I said, this shot's being fired, but a surprisingly low amount of action. This is almost like the OG Miramar that we were used to, where it was very, very slow. Still 60 players, 6-0 in this game right now. All 16 teams still up and alive, and we are almost 15 minutes into this game. Team Case are going to try and take over this vehicle as well. Theirs looking a little worse for wear. The tire is popped. They're going to try and make this one happen, and I'm glad you're pointing out some little things here, Dave, like with the vehicles moving in the rotations. I got to give also some shout-outs to our Observer team, the hands-down best Observer team for PUBG Mobile in the world, helping us to catch all these sick plays just like this. Absolutely stellar job. Don't get enough love. Got to give them a shout-out here, bringing you guys all of this amazing action as the circle is just about to recenter back up. San Martin, Hacienda right in play. Who can get these opening frags, Dave, to pave the path towards this next zone?
Out to the real ones. Put some hearts in the chat right now. Some hearts in the chat. So, Team Queso, a duo, a buggy. UDR, you called it earlier. They love their high ground positions. And looks like that duo, they're going to be stuck right between. But they are going to be in the zone on a plus side of things. Konina Power. Ooh, nice little zone. Nice little circle for them as they have that talent to themselves. And the circle shift. That's San Martin. That huge hill.
That hill.
No one took it yet. And, you know, that's
so risky, but now it's a must. If you're Ghost down on the bottom, you've got to take it now. This is absolutely huge for them. You can see them heading up the hill. They're going for it. They gotta. This is massive, Dave. Because the issue with that cliff is if you're stuck up there, you can get absolutely shut out. But if you can own it, if you can control it, if it's in the zone, disgusting.
We're going to have like an urban combat finish. I got a feeling in my bones right now. So it's exciting because if a team can successfully crash into one of these buildings and kind of just take it for that cover for the time being, that's a win. That's a win because there's a high chance that the next circle will go on the city and center on up. So we see a lot of teams up here to the north. I'm counting like 6 or 7 teams all trying to just do that and just find a building that they can safely make it into.
Yeah, and Next Street Gaming's doing a good job of splitting themselves up here, trying to find all these angles, able to take 2 members of 19 Esports who did get split. Shifan once again in that duo situation where, frankly, he performs the best, so I'm not counting them out yet. As Loca Nostra has also taken a lot of punishment. Sway just did so much work there. Destiny, a little bit quiet so far today, Dave, but I would not be surprised if this is the map where they start to put some more kills on the board.
It needs to be if they want to take back the first place that they had at the end of yesterday. So talking about 50-50 a little more, there's like a 50% chance that it goes north of the road or south of the road. And Ghost Gaming, they rotated very early on, but RTG right behind them, going to be taking them down. And hey, looking at my favorite player, Daddy, Loca Nostra, right here, taking some long-range shots all the way up here towards that north. But this is a beautiful visual. The city.
Oh, yeah.
All the players, like, it is congested.
It is indeed urban warfare, and also on the cliffs as well. Spec, oh, this position! Oh my goodness! I'm choking over here. Spec certainly not. He absolutely crushed that fight, got up on the rooftop, made it look easy. Oh my, Dave, that was dope.
249, man. M249 World Spawn. I'm telling you, it changed competitive. It truly did. We see it a lot here. And Destiny, we were talking about them a couple moments ago. They're looking for a big game to reclaim that first place spot. Chivas right in front of them.
Keeping an eye on this. Destiny still stuck on the outside. Chivas is a really good position here. They're going to bring Fran in with the smoke, not leaving anything to chance. Fran has been such a powerhouse member of this team. You just can't afford to lose him at this point. They do have a great position. It's going to come down to a flank here, but a potential third party could spell disaster for Destiny, but they're getting all the way around as Team Case is getting eliminated as well. I'm almost got a little bit worried though, Dave, because Chivas is like stuck in this building. While it's a benefit to them, it could actually be a bit of a curse because now they've let themselves get flanked. They are going to let Destiny swing around them here. Rahad is the only thing, oddly enough, keeping them safe.
Pretty much. And those smokes that we see kind of blocking those sightlines for Chivas, that's going to allow Destiny to just freely rotate to their heart's desire without truly getting punished. And next circle. All right. Sending it to the city, baby. We're having the best end zones here today, Paul. Like, today has been something else for these zones. So we'll see how everybody can handle it. 14 teams still alive. And I have my fingers crossed that all 14 could make it into the next zone alive. That would be amazing.
That would be unreal. You said it was a 50-50, and you called for urban combat, the CQB. That's what we're going to see. As now Chivas are bursting out of this compound, looking to take on over. They've got this little bit of the hill to defilade. The Destiny ended up giving up when they rotated on through. They split themselves up, but it also opened the cage which now means that Chivas can unleash that rage, looking to take themselves a position moving into this next zone. But they have a ways to go, and Godsent, the squad that was playing Protector, is now going to be defending this path into the next zone.
We'll see. We're getting the YOLO crash. Let's be real. The smokes are going to be blocking those sidelines to allow the closing of the gap, but they are right on top of each other. Mihi popping on over with the spray Fran with the return molly. This is madness.
And Chivas is just not stopping. Dave Nito gets it done. That Molotov to force them back out behind their cover. Absolutely stellar. And Chivas Esports, when we talk about killer instinct, when we talk about snap decision making, when we talk about commitment in PUBG Mobile, it's that play right there. All four players together, no hesitation, no backing down, full send, get it done, get the points, get in the zone. Let's go.
That was it. Yeah, that was it. And that's truly represents Mexico, and they should be proud with that play right there. And talk about trying to represent. Well, we got Egypt strolling on up right now. Godsent Nuggets cooking this grenade, tossing that grenade, and it's good.
Oh. Nice play there from Nuggets. Looking to just thread their way in there with that one, as we can see the roll-up happening once again. Chivas is continuing to keep up the pressure that they exerted before. They've taken a lot of damage in the process, though. Need to try and stop and heal and reset, because there were previously, and there still are, 2 teams in this next building, one on the roof, and Raad is here in the main part of this warehouse. And whoever wins this fight, Dave, controls the entire northern part of the circle. This is a huge fight to win.
Really solid position to have, and Chivas just rolling up. They could be on the outskirts of the compound. They need to make sure not to get taken out right here. Nuggets trying to heal up from Godsent inside, kind of just stuck in an unlucky situation, and here comes the push.
Does indeed. There's some shots coming on the outside, though. Potential third party as Nuggets is just trying to hold on and survive. Done some work with the nades before, but Chivas is relentless, moving together as a squad, listening for the footsteps, trying to get the pinch, and are able to do so. And just like that, Raad is done. Chivas was hunting them.
Let's go Mexico. 7 kills right now, just in time as well. The next zone does pop, so they are going to need to clear out all these rooms if they don't want to get backstabbed. Fortunate for them, I believe they have that truck. Yeah, they should have 2 vehicles. So if they really want to just YOLO, they could. They could also use the city terrain to their advantage to try to navigate across that road. Hopefully they have some smokes to make a little smoke tunnel. But Chivas, I'm loving it this game. Like, they are aggressive. 7 points so far. It's looking good.
And they're a team that needed it too. They had a really good, not great, but a really good day number 1. They're currently sitting in 6th place going into this match. So a big, big kill, maybe a chicken dinner, or at least a top 3 would do a whole lot for this team here, as Clash is going for the desperation send, and Onyx needs to try a little bit harder, as Onyx with 3 kills, all 4 players alive. Hey, Dave.
Hey.
We asked for it.
The rooftop campers right now for Onyx, and I'm not even mad. I'm liking it a lot. They're going to be right there on the edge. Hopefully they can capitalize on their high ground visuals from up there, because we're going to have a lot of players just trying to avoid the sight lines through these windows and just survive. Smoke, utility, we talked about it yesterday. Utility is going to be crucial if you want to come out on top this game.
Oh! You just saw it exemplified there. Oh, big nade coming from Alpha 7. Absolutely massive. Mafios doing some work as Godsent's going to get eliminated as well. Ghost trying to push their way in with that smoke like you talked about before. 19 Esports still able to survive through all of this. Tensa just barely surviving this wall, doing so much work for them here as they're just trying to clash once again. North America battles amongst themselves to determine who will represent this region. Oh me, oh my. As here comes the push into the compound. Tensa's got the big gun though, and at close range, you know how scary he can be.
A boy gun spray down. M249 coming out of clutch right there. Almost lost it against that UMP. UMP is so strong now. 1v1. Looks like both USA and Canada gonna opt to get that reset, that revive on their squad mate. And honestly, Ghost, you're on the first story. 19E, you're on the second story. You could pump the brakes. You could relax for the time being. And
Dave, he went for the first aid. He didn't.
Oh no!
Bayo bled out.
And here comes Fran from Mexico. Okay.
All of NA is getting involved. I like this.
Okay.
I like this. This feels fitting.
I don't know. I think I would have got the pickup right there. Not going to lie. But it happens. We'll see.
It does. I think he was worried about getting pushed, which is not a bad thought. Yeah, not a bad thought to have. But now, of course, all of North America in this one building on the edge of the circle, they do have to move. None of them are in this next zone. And I'm getting quiet, Dave, because I want to let this game speak for itself, because it's about to get very, very, very loud. As here comes Chivas on the outside to G-Fan. G-Fan, you got it. Fran! Yes! Mexico comes out on top. There you go.
And you know what? I think Tenta pulled off because they heard the footsteps and the indicators. And like you said, they might have thought it was 19E, but in reality, it was Fran rolling up from behind. So that's probably why they pulled off that revive. Perfect sense right there. So, top 6. This is the game. Onyx, the hype train, the chicken dinner that you need. This is it. They have the position and they have 4 alive.
And Guns is here too. Another team that you identified is needing to do the work. All 4 players alive. Dave, these teams who have not performed yet have been given an opportunity to prove what they can do here, as the cross on the road is Real Freak is going to draw. Next Ria Gaming is going to say no to that one. So not all 4 up yet. Still making it across with 3. Konina Power. Alpha 7 is here as well. Onyx looking to get involved. The only team with all 4 left alive. This is absolutely massive here for the team from Georgia.
Yeah, just don't die, Onyx, right now. Don't die. Let everybody else fight each other. Just hope that the next zone favors your compound. That would be huge. That would be great. Fran, though, that's solo from Mexico on the mission right here. On a mission, rolling up to that compound. 1v3.
I mean, he's done it before. Fran will continue to deliver these big plays. We've seen it so far in the last 2 days. I don't expect it to stop anytime soon. Getting up on the high ground, though, but this is a very exposed position. Oh, my goodness. There are a couple different areas where it could potentially get shot from, but it's the play you've got to make, Dave. I don't hate it.
Wow. Yeah, talk about making a play. You're going to be exposed, but at least you don't have to run into a trio underneath you. And you're right there on the edge. Right there. And the thing is, this is kind of smart because Onyx, they're going to be occupied. Oh, frozen. Okay. Onyx, they're going to be occupied with Alpha 7, so they can't really look over here. But Frozen! Oh, a little too thirsty right there.
Waiting for it. I can see Alpha 7 looking at him. And this is giving Fran an opportunity to potentially change their fate right here. I like the fact that Fran just playing it out. This is 100% the right call. Nerves of steel, though. What a beast. As Onyx is continuing to put up the pressure. Alpha 7 as well. Guns needs to be careful, though. But that nade looks pretty good.
Onyx, get that pickup. Throw out some smokes, maybe. Block those window sight lines. That would be big. And here we go. Fran, the revenge, the backstab from behind. Taking those shots, but third-partied.
Just like that, there were 5 teams. Chivas Esports will get eliminated. Great little run there from Fran. Bucanita Power came in to put it to an end. As we're seeing now, the circle continuing to center up, favoring Onyx here, as well as Guns a little bit. But Alpha 7, the last 2 players left. Dave, we know how strong this team can be with just 2 left alive. They are a powerhouse in the server. As Guns gets eliminated, Big Nade comes out as well from Next Ria Gaming. That is a massive down to Canina Power. This gives them the opportunity to continue to push into the next compound, try to take a little bit more real estate. Does they want to push around this angle, give them another option which to fight against Alpha 7, because trying to go head-to-head into this next building is not a great option, because Onyx is here as well. The second you try and overextend, over peak, Onyx will shoot you straight on. That's the only option.
Well, dead center. Okay, Revo, the last one up right there. This might be the opportunity for Onyx to make the push across the road. 7 kills so far, 4 alive. Numbers advantage. It is in their favor. There we go. Top 2 situation.
Absolutely massive. As it all, well, there's still 1 player left. There's still just the one from Alpha 7. Oh, there they go. Top 2 situation, Dave. You can see into the future. I can't help it. You're a Jedi.
Gotta pick up 9. Get the pickup here. Frozen being alive, big concern right now. 3 times MVP from the region. Big concern right now if I am an Onyx fan. Somewhat of a standoff. A much needed time to get the revives, the resets, the meds, get that HP bar up, if you still have those meds, of course. All right, I see those smokes get deployed right there. That's going to be just hit fire city out here.
It is indeed. And a lot of meds still. Pretty good here for Team Onyx. They've been able to take smart fights on their own terms and with a big Molotov to start things off. But the nade, that's huge. The double knock. This is the opportunity that Onyx needs. They're pushing it together, blind firing through the smoke. There's only one player left alive. It all comes down to this. Can Nihat get it done in a 1v3 situation? It all comes down to this final push. They're going to pinch him up against the blue, or are they going to send it? Onyx just needs to survive. Goes into the corner. He finds one. Can he get the second? He's trying to get every single kill point that he can. The last man standing. Can he survive? He does, but he finally goes down. And just like that, Onyx Gaming get their first chicken dinner.
My heart is pumping out my chest because I thought Onyx were going to throw that one. I'm not going to lie, dude.
Well, there was a second there.
Oh, man, they committed too many resources to that dude in the closet. They could have just, if they were going to... Yeah, if they were going to go for that, you have to pass all your meds off to that one player to get that heal off to at least confirm that you'll have one alive to get that chicken dinner. They almost threw it, Paul. Thankfully for them, though, they won it, right? Onyx from Georgia getting their first chicken dinner. This squad, dead last. Dead last. That win right there, talk about a confidence boost.
I mean, that's exactly what they needed to do. That is exactly what they needed to do. We're not quite done day number 2 yet. This weekend is almost halfway over, but if they can start to change their fates, if they can start to get into the right mindset, that's more and more money that they can help donate over to charity. Of course, a fantastic cause here for the World Invitational with Gamers Without Borders. This is what it's all about, Dave. We get to see awesome PUBG Mobile action, and we get to do some good. As we take a look back at our highlights, this game certainly had plenty of moments to watch.
Oh, man. Talk about... Oh, that's what you were talking about.
That was just a mistake.
What did it... I don't even think they threw it out their hand, or did they throw it and it bounced off that cactus? Did it bounce off the cactus?
I think it was just overcooked either way. That was burnt to a crisp, as was he.
Well, we were talking about your cooking Instagram stories,
this
so
is
maybe.
True. This is true.
Just saying.
I mean,
just saying.
Slow and low, guys. Slow and low. Just saying.
Low. Spec M249, the dream killer right there for RTG, trying to make their way up that hill. But honestly, this game, hats off to Chivas. They took multiple fights here on their pursuit to just get that win. And we always see Fran, that last one alive, kind of forced to go for those clutch plays. And I'm impressed. I'm not gonna lie. I'm impressed. Fran has been slaying it here today.
Yeah, Fran has definitely been one of these players that we keep going back to because they keep it living. And a lot of players, when they get to that situation, they just snake. All they focus on is just trying to live, trying to stay alive, trying to stay alive. But Fran takes it to that next level. Yes, they try and stay alive, but they try and execute plays as well. They try and go for those kills, and they never leave empty-handed, pretty much. So really, really solid shout-outs there. Alpha 7 as well, doing work there at the end. Extra Gaming put up a valiant last stand, a great hold, but it all came down to Onyx. And by the end of it, Dave, they'd taken quite a bit of damage. Master not even having a helmet in this final push. And you're absolutely right. They almost threw it away. Nihat with an M4 in the corner. Great dodge in there in the end, but just throw the bodies at the problem and get it done. Great little play there at the end for Onyx, and they were able to secure themselves the chicken dinner. Absolutely solid game number 4, which means, Dave, we only have one left in store for all the fine folks at home. We're going to head to a short break. Here's some awesome words from our partners, and then game number 5.
With COVID-19, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Why do we say this? Our world is more interconnected than ever. Our economies and societies rely on international trade and travel. Just as this brought wealth and opportunity, it has made it easier for viruses to spread rapidly. Today, COVID-19 cases have been reported in almost every country in the world. This makes it vitally important that when safe, effective vaccines for COVID-19 become available, they become available for everyone at the same time. COVAX is a partnership aimed at making this happen. Launched by Gavi, CEPI, and WHO, COVAX offers countries access to the largest portfolio of potential vaccine candidates. By participating in COVAX, countries are not only reducing their risk, but they are contributing to a global solution by helping fund vaccines for countries that cannot afford to do so. By making their population safe, governments can help to make everyone safe. One world, protected.
Emergencies always cause shortages because you have this immediate spike in demand, and the supply chain, the distribution, the roads, the warehousing, the trucks, and the information that drives it all gets broken. In a way, every emergency is a logistics and distribution problem. You have to reallocate resources rapidly, and you're doing it with very poor information because it's unfolding. Direct Relief's been around 72 years. I don't think anyone's seen where you have a simultaneous emergency everywhere. So the demand spike for medical material, PPE and ventilators and masks and gloves and gowns and goggles expands overnight. At Direct Relief, we've said the best thing we can do is put these philanthropic resources towards those frontline health workers that rely heavily on the support of groups like ours, while also backstopping the hospitals because they're in a crisis of kind of historic proportions. We do work in 100 countries a year. We work in all 50 states on an ongoing basis. You want to save everyone you can and prevent as many people from falling sick and needing severe help. So that's how Direct Relief has approached it. This is one that is an equal opportunity threat to everybody. So we're trying to do our best in a fair, equitable, thoughtful way, doing whatever we can to get help to people where they need it, when they need it, as fast and efficiently as it can be done.
We've got the OnePlus 9 Pro, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my gosh, this display is just out of this world.
Insane. It's got 65 watts of charging power.
The 9 series is next level.
There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take
PUBG Mobile World Invitational is powered by Gamers Without Borders and is brought to you by OnePlus, the official smartphone provider, Nemo TV, the official streaming platform, and STC, the official playout sponsor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at the start of the day today, before we kick things off, we obviously get together for hey, shh, it's just me. Calm down, calm down. We do some rehearsals for the show. And obviously, we get to sit down, we get to chat with each other, we get to ask each other some questions about how we feel the day's coming up. Now, Frost, he comes in big, one of our analysts here. You see his big smiley face on the screen there for a second. He comes in with the big, hard-hitting question. He says to me, Jason. I'm like, yes, Frost, how you doing? He's like, I'm great. He's like, will Onyx do well today? And without a doubt in my mind, I said yes. And you know what? Onyx have taken themselves a chicken dinner. They have put themselves on the map here and are closing in on some teams that were above them in the standings. And I hope we can continue to do so today here. But Frost, we got to be proud of these guys. They have put on a show here and have been able to really make their country proud.
You know what? There's nothing more I love when people prove me wrong. And that's what Team Onyx has done here today so far. I mean, getting himself that many...
I was going to say, every team's been proving you wrong today.
That's why I'm not predicting any more teams here. But look at this. Team Onyx getting not only the win, but 12 kills. What is happening? That is just amazing to see. And it's in a urban ending, one of the hardest endings to play out. And they were able to keep all four alive until the end game to be able to grab all those points. And of course, we see some of the heavy hitters as well. Next, we're Gaming with 18 points. Alpha 7 with 14 points. Chivas 10 points. Fran doing amazing work by himself there, playing that rooftop as well, and just dragging out, make sure that they get so many points. And Kanina Power, a little bit unlucky in the start there with some nades. Not sure what really happened, but hey, they got themselves 10 points.
And going back to Chivas, I actually like the aggressiveness that they showed us there in a couple instances where we thought that we're going to end up dying a little bit sooner, but they were saying, you know what? Si se puede. And they started actually surviving and killing some of those teams. Then we have Guns Esports there with 9 points. Ghost Gaming at least being able to get 5 points. That's a good thing, because if not, oh man, they would have been dead last after that last game, after what Team Onyx was able to do. UDR Killers there with 5 points. We're going to the second page here. We're going to see Godsend, 19 Esports, and then towards the bottom, I'm actually going to focus a little bit towards the bottom. Destiny, I feel like today has definitely dropped off. We haven't seen the Destiny that we kind of got used to seeing yesterday. Same with Team Queso, has been very inconsistent, but with RTG Esports, honestly, after the first 2 great matches that they have played, we really haven't talked to them about much, and I'm starting to think if that chicken dinner from them was a fluke. It might be a little bit early to say that, but I do want to see more from RTG Esports.
I definitely want to see more from them as well. Like what we saw from them in the 2 earlier stages, the first 2 games of the tournament, it was such a great place from them. Not, of course, only them getting first and second place, but how they were playing it out, how they were waiting patiently, waiting for the right time to strike and knowing exactly where and when to strike. But that's not what we've seen from them after that. And I mean, there's still a lot of games to play, so it's still not over yet.
Speaking of waiting patiently and waiting for that right time to strike, it seems like Onyx maybe took that entire first day and sat back and just waited for their moment as they've come through with a great win here today in match number 4. We're going to take a look at their stats from today versus their stats from yesterday and look at that upward trend. I think Envirum was telling us they had like a 0.4 points per game at the end of yesterday, or come in today they did. And then they now have a 4.4 points per game, if I'm not mistaken. A massive step up, but we need to continue to see this, right? The team from Georgia still has a long way to go if they want to catch up and challenge the likes of our top teams.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see it right there. 5 matches played, 0.8 points per match. And then today so far, 9 points per match. If I was a betting man, I would have not expected this out of this team, but I'm glad we're starting to see it here. The damage, not only that, the kills. They've been able to actually put up kills, and surprisingly enough, I feel like their rotations have worked out this time around, Frost, because we saw the rotations yesterday. We were kind of making fun a little bit of it because all the time they were just going for crazy rotations. But with the way the circles are working today, everything seems to be working for them too.
I'll tell you one thing, one of the hardest things to do when you come in after a day like that, the first day they had, having that few points, it's so hard to reset your mindset. Being able to reset that coming into today, being able to perform to this kind of level, that is just amazing to see. That's what you expect from some of the most experienced teams. And I mean, Team Onyx, let's be honest, they're not one of the most experienced teams in this lobby, but they're showing up big time. I love to see that. I love to see more from them here in the last upcoming game.
Okay, I'm going to hit you guys hard here. Predictions into the last match of the day here. 7, let's start off with you.
Me? Okay, I already said I cannot pick Ghost, so I'm going to go with Alpha 7.
Okay, for us real quick.
I'm going to pick ourselves. Us 3. Yeah.
Well, something really bad is going to happen to us now during this last match. I don't know why you just cursed us, but you guys at home, remember, we still have some things you guys can win with our viewer milestones. I told you, talk to your friends, talk to your family. I talked to my family. My mom and my niece Addison are watching, so you know what? Make sure to get everyone watching as possible. When we hit those concurrent milestones, you'll all be getting those rewards. And we also have a reward for you right now. We have our lovely casters coming back in to bring you all the action here in our final match of our second day. And Verum and Mustache Dave, can I summon you into our virtual studio to take us away? Yeah, it's possible.
Yes, you can. Thanks so much, Jason, as we get into game number 5. Dave, today could not be a bigger contrast from day number 1. Day number 1 was very chill. The circles were relaxed. We were taking it easy. But now here in day number 2, questions that need answering. That's what we're being posed to our players right now. And they've stepped up, to say the least, and delivered some excellent action.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy, as Jason would put it. My grandma's watching, by the way, so shout out to Mustache Grandma out there. But yeah, Onyx. Wow, you were talking about it. They had, what, 4 points coming into today?
4 points to 40.
Wow.
0.8 to 4.4. They've done 36 points so far today. An excellent day from them. And they are now only 2 points behind Godsend, 3 behind Ghost. What a story from this team.
And they still might be, 16th position. But if they can do what they've done today, 2 more days in a row, they're definitely not going to be down there at the bottom. I can say that with full-blown confidence. Because after this match, this one right now that we're watching, will be officially 50% done with the PUBG Mobile World Invitational over here at the West League. And looking at the screen real quick, we're getting a nice little glimpse at the player rankings. Pretty impressive up there.
I mean, Fashe's just been crushing it. I mean, Mafios as well, over 3 free calls. Oh, why are there so many players? Yekta, I feel like we never talk about Yekta, and he's always up there, always delivering an insane amount of points. A little bit lower on the kills, but insane amount of damage. Like, why? This player is just, he's a ghost. I don't understand.
A sleeper, man. That sleeper out there. So I appreciate it. Number 4. Not bad. And talk about not being too bad. Circle number 1 for Chivas up there. And yes, Naya, dead center. I already see some indicators going off. Similar to our game 5 last night. Gun versus Ghost. Remember, Ghost took him out. Ghost mopped the floor with Gun Esports in the final match last night. I already saw some indicators. I wonder who lost what. Okay, so I see 4 up for Ghost. So Ghost already with a point on the board.
All right, Ghost starting things off strong. Again, this is how the last Erangel of day number 1 ended yesterday as well, Dave. This exact same situation. Ghost was able to wipe them. We can take a look back at this first one here. Oh, this is actually Rod up against Team Queso. Interesting. Bit of a hot drop moment. Absolutely nothing you can do about that. Just seeing HH24 with this M16. He's been running this M16 quite a bit, actually.
Rod, another team that we keep seeing every single game. Get some kills, get some kills underneath their belt, and it's pretty good stuff. But yeah, the M16, I'm curious, like, is that the new flavor right now coming on out? Well, possibly. We're
taking a look now. The action is still going here in Pachinki. Teams have not opted to back up yet. Lord, look at the movement, knowing at any moment bullets could come whizzing right on by. Just like that, we're back up and in it. All right, let's take a moment here, Dave. Let's relax. I'm not used to so much action this early on Erangel.
Oh, I'm relaxed. You know who's not relaxed? Onyx. After that last game's performance, their blood is boiling. They are feeling pumped up. They were giving virtual high fives to each other on that break. The thing is, though, the Primorsk drop. It's the Primorsk/Quarry drop. Really hurting them this game around. I feel like a lot of teams, they need to be a little more dynamic with their drop locations. based on the flight plan. Like, every team, in my opinion, of course, needs to have 2 different spots, right? At least 2. When we look at Ghosts, when we look at Guns, maybe not, because your spot Pachinki pretty center, so you don't really need to worry about it. But if you drop somewhere like on the complete opposite of the map, if the circle doesn't favor you, I definitely feel like you need 2 plays in your book. So we'll see if Onyx can make it in on this zone alive. They're gonna have to move through 19E. They're gonna have to move through Godsent, Alpha 7, and I already see Destiny up there in Severity. They're gonna have some time to work with for the time being if they do decide to gatekeep some of these squads out here. So I'm definitely still cheering for Onyx, especially after last game's performance.
Oh, 100%. I mean, again, everybody loves an underdog story, and when the underdogs step up and show another level of play, it gives you that additional little bit of hope, you know what I mean, to see what they can do. Again, because it was a disastrous day number 1. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It was not great. One of the worst one-day performances we've seen from a squad at this sort of international level of competition. But they have turned it around today. And I think the thing that impresses me the most, Dave, is it'd be really easy for a team to get dejected, to get down on yourself after a day like that. But they have not. They have come back stronger than ever. And that just goes to show how much tenacity this team has.
Love the tenacity, and I agree with you. Especially, you said it. They 36 points in one day.
36 points.
That's big. Like
only 4 games.
Only 4 games. That is big, especially after
8 points a game. That is 8. That is solid. Like, that is really good.
And that's what we were saying towards the end of yesterday, right? Like, any of these bottom teams, if they're really truly looking to make big improvements, they need to come into today's games with an average around 9 to 8, and that'll put them at the top when it comes to those average points. And that's exactly what they have been able to accomplish here today, which is big. It's huge for them.
Absolutely massive. Again, I cannot understate it here as we're taking a look at where these teams are sort of positioning themselves. This looting phase going a little bit longer, simply due to the nature of this circle. A lot of teams are already in it. It's, again, like you mentioned before, those teams on the west side, 19, Onyx, Alpha 7, Nextria, that are going to have to think about how they want to plan these next rotations.
Low and steady. I'm trying to think real quick. Let me ask you, do you have a favorite play of the day? I know there's been so many, but does one really stand out to you?
Yeah, I think the Pocus push was really, really solid. I can't knock that one. And then, oh man, I think it was probably that one in Novo in game number 3 as well.
Oh yeah, the M249. Yeah, 1v4. That was good. Yeah, that was
a good one.
I agree with you 100%. The 2 pretty remarkable plays. Yesterday, I watched the VOD. Who was that again? That they were in that vehicle. We panned over to the camera. It was like, bam, the vehicle hit us in the face. I don't know if that was Team Queso. I don't know. Team Queso today.
Might have been Destiny.
Was it Destiny?
It might have been. I can't remember.
Team Queso, though, today, though. Haven't been doing the hottest. Not gonna lie.
They've been hit and miss. Like, that Sanhok game was pretty good from them, but then, yeah, it's kind of been all...
That was it,
everywhere.
Yeah, that was it,
though. That's exactly, yeah. At times.
Hopefully with this mansion position right now in this circle, it's kind of like their shooting star, I guess you can say. Hopefully this is their game to really end the day on a high note. As look at the kill feed, we still see some kills popping on off. Looks like Chavez, looks like Destiny. I even saw Guns and Ghost kind of clashing at it. I saw Ghost get a knock, but not a confirm. So, they're repositioning.
Keep an eye on that. And again, all these teams in the bottom, I would say below the top 10 right now. So, like, you know, Clash, Guns, Harad, Ghost, Godsend, Onyx, like they need to try and break that here. Because really, the difference between the difference between 16th and 8th is 26 points. That is one good game. That is one good game from a team. A 10-kill chicken dinner, and you're right there. So any one of these teams with a big enough performance could very easily do that. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on it as we're taking a look. Slow game, though, to start, Dave. Only a handful of kills. Despite how hard this first circle shifted, I feel like teams are playing it a little bit cagier this time around. Nobody wants to be that first one knocked out.
Very hard, very hard. And another thing to note, like the difference between those placements that you mentioned, the 9th and 10th, 10th through 16th, they get 15K to donate to the charity. And then 6th through 9th, they get 20K. So it's a 5K difference, which is huge. That's equivalent to the MVP that will be walking away here at the end of this event to donate to their charity with the cause of No One Left Behind, making sure everybody gets the opportunity to get that good old-fashioned vaccine, as 19E looking for the opportunity to have a safe pull-up, a safe position in the zone, and UDR, they're like, bah, 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 take some shots, and right away, 19E quickly making that U-turn.
And everybody's still in the southern portion below the river, which is really interesting to me. There are not a single team north. Like the Alpha 7 and Onyx are both going to rotate into the north, but there is so much wide open terrain that no one is taking advantage of right now. Dave, the reason this is going to start to feel a little bit further in than the second circle is because all the teams have chosen to play really congested, centered up here around Yasnaya. And if this goes north towards Stalber, this is going to be an absolute disaster.
Not only a disaster for all the teams that are towards the south, but a disaster because the one team that is up there towards the north, it's going to be Alpha 7, baby. Yeah, Alpha 7. Currently in that third place position, hovering around 45 kills. So when we look at the kill department, they're right behind our first place squad at 47. Coming on out.
Tied for second. Tied for second.
Impressive.
I mean, Alpha 7, that's what they're known for, but the name I feel like we're still not saying enough is Carrillo. When he's able to take these really good close range fights and he's able to catch people off guard, he never loses. But the issue is that's sort of where he's been living. He's only in that one position. His mid to long range fights have not really been where they need to be. And I feel like other players are stepping up, and while that's great, I feel like if on days 3 and 4, Carrillo can also step up that fragger we know and love, if maybe we can channel that Coop's energy with the 3 protect 1, the hard carry strats, I feel like there is the potential for this Alpha 7 squad to ascend to new heights here in this Invitational.
And that's what's important, just having the opportunity to even have that potential. That's huge. As of right now, Alpha playing that 2-2 split. They got 2 members near Severny. They got 2 members near Stalber. So if they get this next circle, like their positioning alone, they're gonna own a lot of this terrain. They're gonna have a lot of options, a lot of potential to get some kills with their 2-2 split that they got going on right here. And everybody else, for the most part, kind of center. They found themselves a nice little compound to call home, put some logs into that fire, grill some s'mores, get that chocolate out here, get it going. Ooh, yeah, I'm getting a little hungry. Yeah. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna, hey, s'mores. S'mores is like a rank 1 snack. Yeah, it takes a little time to throw it together.
It's some work.
It's a rank 1 snack.
It's worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's worth it. 100%. I mean, okay, I gotta ask now while we're on this topic, what kind of marshmallow guy are you? What kind of marshmallow guy? How do you like it cooked?
Definitely just gold, not burnt.
Just
gold.
Yes, gold. Dave. Yes, this is why we cast so well together. Perfectly golden brown. Not one of those people who shove it right into the fire and then blow it out afterwards. Like,
no. If it catches fire, you did something wrong. Okay, let's just say that. But some people love it. Talking about loving it, Destiny, loving this Yasnaya zone right now. They're by themselves in the town.
I mean, they're not going to be alone for long, Dave. Everybody is converging on that right now. And while we've only seen 3 kills so far this game, that number is about to shift dramatically. I wouldn't be surprised if 20 players left the server between circles 3 and 4 right here. We're about to witness some action.
Oof. Talk about a team hoping that they aren't going to be the main focus of the action. Ghost Gaming down here on the low ground right here. Netsu tossing some grenades. Spec, fortunate for them, trying to separate from the squad mates, because if one grenade connected on all 3 of them, that would have just spelled disaster.
Yeah, the reason I was freaking out there is because I saw how stacked they were, and I'm like, one big nade could just be the end of the hopes and dreams for Ghost Gaming. Back to the Shadow Realm with them, and they get to watch the rest of this game from the stream instead. But they are able to extricate themselves. Oh! Axel! Me, oh my! Well, that was a big gun. Axel.
What?
Living up to the name. Absolutely clutch. No way. No way, Dave. That was sick.
From the car. Whoa. What? Okay.
Okay. All right, we see you.
Okay.
We see you, Axel.
We see you.
He's like, other people have been getting attention, like Nitsu's, like they're talking about him a lot on the broadcast. I just got to remind folks that I am absolutely disgustingly good. Just as a casual. He doesn't sound anything like that, but if you did.
Just another day at the office right here. And they don't They don't have clutch in their name.
It was a headshot. He just ripped him right out.
Yeah.
That man had an ejector seat.
You know what?
boy.
To make matters worse, like in that situation, Ghost, they already had like their tail between their legs, just trying to get out of there alive. And then on top of that, a bolty to the dome on Tensa, who has been, on it today.
Like star player.
Yeah, Tensa has been on a steamroller here today, definitely clutching up in those much needed moments. That's going to set Ghost back a couple pegs here for the final game of the evening.
Yeah, that's going to be not ideal for this squad, losing 2 players early in this last game where they really needed to try and turn their fortunes around. I don't think anybody could have predicted coming into this weekend that we would end day number 2 with Ghost Gaming in 14th place, but unless they make a drastic change, that's potentially what could happen, or even lower if Godsent or Onyx step up here. They need to go clutch with their last remaining players as the circle continues to center up. Less action than I was expecting, to be honest. Teams have been able to find their way in here, and the reason why, Dave, I expected more teams to try and send it into Yaz. Instead, so many teams are playing the edge here because of that big open field, and maybe they should have. Wishing they sent it. Maybe they should have sent it.
Yeah, maybe they should have, because they would have had some cover to actually work with. And 2 games in a row, 2 games, Urban Combat finishes. Is looking pretty likely unless they just get unlucky and the Yasnaya fields are in play. But Konina Power on the hunt, looking to wrap around these fields, looking to breach their way into the zone somehow. They're going to be right between Alpha. They're going to be right between Destiny. There's not a lot to work with right here. As they clear that air from the hay bale.
Oh, we get to watch the roll-up before this happened. All right, get to see that replay. Doing it in style. Unfortunately, not enough of a family to land that jump. This is not an action movie.
And they lost one in the process. So Team Queso down there, right behind them, Guns. We got Pocos from UDR strolling on in. 19E, remember, they sent it into Yasnaya pretty early, pretty center. So 19E from Canada looking for some consistency here, which they're known for. And Erangel, well, their positioning alone should guarantee that.
Yeah, they did lose Sam in the crossing, but not doing too bad here. Fashe was confirmed. GDR's UDR Killers as well goes out. Surprising, as those 20 kills I predicted, well, they did come to pass. His Destiny's dropping as well. Big plays here for those teams unable to find a purchase in Yasnaya. As you can see, it was a 1 nade from Acer, just absolutely wrecked them. You can see it there in the kill feed. Wow, big plays coming out from 19 Esports.
Destiny, not the hottest days here today. Day 1, at the top, rocket ship to the moon for sure. Today, 4th place as of right now. Still, we're only halfway done. And they're definitely within striking distance to get that first place, $250,000 to donate. But the main focus right here, Team Queso. We talked about them a couple moments ago. Team Queso are looking for that comeback match. And this could be it. They're already getting a couple kills.
I saw another one of those headshots with I heard the bolt action in my ears, and then I saw the kill feed pop up as he was able to get it down there. I don't think able to confirm the kill, but Team Queso certainly making their presence felt on the outside, though. This is the one issue. They're the team, probably them and Nextria Gaming, worst positions. You can, as the camera pans here, you can just see them off on the horizon on the edge of the circle there. So far, they haven't even rendered in. That's how far away they are from the action, Dave.
Worst if the next circle doesn't hard shift down there. If it does, one of the best. And if it does go down to the south, Clash, they're in an even better position. They have such a huge buffer between them and everybody else in those fields that it'll be a shooting range for them if they play their cards right. But for the most part, most of the lobby, 85% of the lobby, they're definitely hedging their bets over here for Yasnaya.
Yeah, and you can see RTG here on the outside playing the cliffs. I don't hate this position at all. It allows them to only have to look in one direction. That is straightforward as the circle will close in. This is of all of the circles so far this game, Dave, this is the most important. This is going to determine where teams have to shift. Will it be out of the city? No, it will not. This is about the best circle a lot of these teams could have hoped for. Dave, urban combat once again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for our squads down here towards the south. And Clash, they're going to be letting a squad just roll right past them. They're playing this one awfully slow. As we see our first place squad rolling up into the town, representing Turkey.
Yes,
and they lost
all that. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of to be expected. I mean, you probably weren't going to make that crossing unscathed as, Tudor might be very much in some trouble. That nade came on out. Rod has taken some damage as well. 19E. Next Rate Gaming hard eliminated through all of this. Oh my goodness, the action just is not stopping Dave. It's like we flipped that switch. Yeah. And just like that, every single team is firing on all cylinders. Alpha 7 is going to try and push in onto Guns Esports. This is an opportunity to step up against one of the most dominant teams in the lobby. Carrillo, point blank range, the building. I called for him in this game. Go clutch. Be the star player we know you can be. That was the opportunity. They're going to do some damage. Reset. They don't want to take that risk.
2v3 as well, but Alpha, they're so grouped up. One nice grenade from Guns could be the deal breaker. Looks like Guns are going to get the reset, the heals, and looks like they're going to pull back just a little bit. They don't really want this fight, and as I say that, Break gets knocked from RTG.
Yes, indeed.
Gotta watch those angles.
The shots. Yeah, you can see the shots over towards the right. You can hear them. Them and Godsend as well as Clash are going toe-to-toe. 19E and Team Queso as well. Nice nade. Not quite able to find its mark, though. They'll still give Xenox a chance to revive Acer. All I can just hear is just this hail, this cacophony of gunshots as every single one of these teams is trying to take out their immediate neighbor, trying to create some space like Nomi is doing with that triple nade knock there in the feed. Wow. Nina Power continuing to... It just keeps going? Yeah. Kill feed just keeps going. He just destroyed them all.
Omi coming in clutch right there. That grenade. Yeah, I keep hearing grenades. I keep hearing shots get rung out there. Now it's up to Daddy. The last one alive for Loc Nostro. They've been having a phenomenal day. A lot of teams that really needed those clutch games have gotten them here today. Konina, Roof Campers, a duo right now. Grenades in hand. They are going to be on the edge out here towards the east side. Chivas down there just a little to the south, but the standoff still happening out here between Alpha, RTG, and Guns.
So many of these standoffs happening right now. The second that you poke your head out, though, to try and challenge, the chance of you getting third party just drastically increases, and that's the issue. Onyx, oh man, they're just trying to sneak in on the outside, though, and I don't think Nomi is aware.
Heard something.
Heard something, goes, turns, can't win the fight though. However, the teammate is there. The old bait and switch, Dave, giving him the old razzle-dazzle.
Hit him from both angles. That one's hard to win unless you got that quick 360 flick. So great teamwork as Spec trying to get over there.
Come on.
I think Spec made it. Spec made it safe over that wall with that Volt, but about 1 HP. So close.
That DP spray, when it starts to get out of control, good luck getting it back. It is like a wild stallion just trying to make that one happen. As Alpha 7 is trying to make their next rotation happen, pushing in these circles, though, Dave, they just keep centering in the city, which means it's all about just taking the next building, the next block, the next window, the next angle, how to get from point A to point B. We're in rush hour.
Talk about it. That's an understatement. Hamoudi and Freak right on the building of 19E. Oh, but a grenade in return. So Shifen might knock themselves, but the much needed time to pump the brakes from the side of Guns. Hamoudi, I believe, is going to bleed on out. And look at this over here. Daddy popping off with the Bob Barker MK14. No health. Made it alive. Daddy, slow down. Slow down.
He was able to take out the one. He got traded out. Unfortunate for Loc Nostro. Going to be going out there in 12 place. So not doing super hot here in this last one. Alpha 7 as well, they'll continue to try and lay on the pressure, but taking damage at range. The UMP of Acer. Somehow 19 Esports has been able to hold on for so long, but it looks like it's RTG who are going to reap the rewards, stealing all those kills out from underneath them. RTG have done a fantastic job of surviving through this. Dave, they have been in this circle forever, but they have one of these key buildings because they rotated early, and only now are they getting punished for it.
From behind, El Chapo getting tagged in the back end right there. If you get taken out right now, 9th place, 1 point. Talk about the struggle of just trying to survive this long into the game. 24 minutes, and if they get taken out, 1 point. Looked like Guns, they were able to successfully reposition and avoid the barrels, the sight lines of 19E. They got a nice spot for the time being, but like you said, RTG, that compound, that building, the different elevations that they have on those stories provides a lot of angles that they can really work with right now.
Does indeed. And we're seeing them utilize it right there. G-Fan, again, poking his head out a little bit, not quite respecting the different angles. But they will have this next circle rotated up to the north. That does benefit 19E, Ghost, RTG, Team Queso. Put some squads on the outside, like Raad, like Clash, like Chivas. They've got to push their way in. I know it's hard for you all to see in the minimap, so I'll try and describe it for you. They've got to push north. That's what this next one's all about.
Raad gonna have a challenge. They're gonna have a 3-story battle between them and RTG, honestly, right now is one of the main focuses. 19E, how can they keep this spot? A little 2-1 split. And of course, look who's next to him. The Magnets out here. Ghost Gaming USA. Always. Every single game. And it goes back. Like you said, the IGL. You got Bayo, the IGL, She-Fan, the IGL, kind of coming up together in the comp scene. Great minds think alike.
That's 100% what it comes down to. They just take a very similar approach to the game. As we're seeing Raad and Clash going back and forth, they need to make the crossing. The smoke tunnel is down. Trazen will drop. Again, Trazen, I feel like, has some of the worst luck of any player in the lobby, continuing to live up to that here. As Raad was able to pinpoint that. His MZ goes down as well and confirmed this is huge. Clash will be able to make the crossing, but it was not for free. It took its toll.
Yeah, Desha on it, man. Desha on it with the AKM up there. That was that player from the last match with the M249. So Clash, okay, they got 2 up. They have this broken wall to deal with for the time being. They're somewhat on the outskirts of the city, so they can really use that broken wall to their advantage if they want to go for those placement points. Because RTG, they're gonna collapse in on Raad right now.
And maybe the play here, as everybody is just playing this game of chicken, who's gonna rotate out first? As 19E and Ghost are continuing to trade blows, HH24 is down on the high ground. Spec, the way the blue works, can't actually go up there to revive him. Will take a significant amount of blue damage if he tries to do that. It still might be the play, but it opens them both up to be taken down by 1 grenade. As 19E, they're starting to run low on meds. The rest of the crew is pushing on the outside. It's Clash. They're going down. Chivas holds the line. 3 players still alive. And now we are down to our top 8.
Meanwhile, Nitsu, TPP, getting all the intel right there on their enemies right in front of them. Chivas, 4 up still. Impressive. I mean, this is a team for all us talked about at the beginning of the day. So consistent on this map of Erangel, and it's paying off here as Nitsu cooking this grenade with the ricochet bounce off onto Jacob. Nitsu, I don't know if that was planned or what, but it worked out.
It's 100% planned. That bounce was way too intentional to be anything but. And this is the opportunity that Team Queso need. Now they're going to push in. Will he stick it? No, it's always Fran. It's always Fran, the man with the plan, just trying to survive, going on in, but executed in cold blood. No way Ayala and Team Queso are going to let that one go on by. But RTGs continue to keep up the pressure on one side or the other. The action does not stop. Into 19 Esports goes able to try and stabilize just a little bit longer. Xenox is going to continue to hold the line. 1 player already down. Acer probably not going to be able to be revived here. Superpowers eliminated as well. Guns on the outside. 1 last player there trying to hold on. His Spec is surviving in the blue. Dave, RTG is in a great position to take this fight.
Still 6 teams. Smokes are deployed everywhere. It's going to come down to game sense. It's going to come down to you up close and personal gun skills as Team Queso eliminated right there in 6th place. RTG in the heat, in the thick of it, right between 19E.
Oh, Xenox able to hit the deck and survive. Spec still out there in the blue, but Xenox took so much damage. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it to the next one. They are going to pop the first aid try and hold on a little bit longer, but perfect awareness from RTG of where this player is. Dropping from the sky, and Xenox not going to happen this time. As Boyka just says, absolutely not. And just like that, it all comes down to G-Fan. And Spec was able to crawl in. Dave, they've forgotten he's there. He may actually outlive 19E.
Classic bait and switch right there. 5 teams to go. Gun still alive. The duo still alive. Not only that, they're not only turtling up, but they're getting some kills, some points. Reek with the Tommy gun in hand. A lot of smoke, a lot of utility still in play.
100%. But there's one thing I didn't notice.
What?
Look at 19E's kill points.
Well,
they went down with 12 kills. Oh my goodness. Absolutely insane. And just like this, Spec getting involved on the outside. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I had to say it. As they're continuing to put these kills, RTG, Dave, the team I thought was going to be able to clutch this one out, goes down. And Guns with only 2 players left in the building in a great spot.
They're putting in the work. As Spec going to be getting chunked down from the blue zone. Denying the point. Might be intentional. Smart. Deny the point. And now, 2v2.
The way he was moving, I'm not sure it 100% was, but either way, the result is just fine for him as it comes down to Guns and Rod here at the end. The drop shot from Dej. Oh, not quite able to be enough. The clutch play we've seen isn't quite there, and just like that, it's done. GG, winner, chicken dinner. Rod, take it here in game number 5. Dave, this is the team you were looking for, and they finally got it done.
Coming out on top, man. We had, 2 urban combat finishes. We had a military finish here today. The end circles today have definitely been taking our players from yesterday's games, butterflies, rainbows, and just putting it in the meat grinder and really testing the skills and communication and CQC, honestly, of all of these players. And it's been somewhat of a treat to truly get to watch here today. And we're halfway done. And we've already seen this much action, this many highlight plays. It's been a great event so far, Paul.
I feel like day one was all about teams feeling out the competition. Again, the circles were pretty tame. Everyone was taking it one step at a time. And as we take a look back at the highlights from this game, though, I think it exemplified really well how the teams are stepping up, knowing how far they can push their limits. If yesterday was sugar spice and everything nice, today we're adding in that chemical X, Dave. Things are going just a little bit harder as players are looking to pop off, like you can see here. These crazy drive-by plays. The vehicles have been so critical today. The teams that can utilize them well are being rewarded.
I was asking you about your play of the day. You said it, and I think my play of the day happened right there. Axel with the bolty shot onto Tensa. Dude, that was nice. RTG, 3 up at the end. We see Spec trying to get some kill points towards the end. Third party, this fight between RTG and Guns. But the urban combat finishes. I'm still extremely happy. My emotional level is at an all-time high right now because I like it when the zones really force our players into these tight corners to make these quick, 1 second, split second decisions, and it can mean life or death. So amazing day here today. And Paul, I believe our casters, our analysts are available, ready to bring this one home here tonight.
Well, you heard it here first. Not only are we analysts, we're also casters. We can do it all. We're the host and desk with the most. It doesn't quite rhyme this time, unfortunately. But yeah, what a great way to finish things off. Guns taking home the victory. But Rod have been able to do a massive step up over the course of today. Froz, you didn't get a prediction in there. We could probably guess who your prediction would have been at the very end. Who was it then?
Us.
Who?
Us.
Us.
Well,
that's free.
That's what my pick was bad.
But anyways, let's take a look at the results, though, from the last match. Just how many points the teams did get. 19 Esports, again, team from Canada, able to do okay. Able to get themselves 12 points with the 6 kills to back it up with. But we can see Guns, 22 points in total. Ra'ad, I think for me, it's great to see Guns close things out with a victory. But Ra'ad have been able to do such a great step up today and really impress quite a few of us.
They definitely have. Remember, at one point, we were kind of saying, is this team going to become one of those teams where people are just going to pick on them and think they're getting easy kills? Well, guess what? They decided to erase that image, and they decided to also represent for their country. I mean, after all, these teams are representing, especially Rod is representing Egypt. We do have Ghost Gaming. They decided to close out the day as well with at least 14 points. That's going to be huge, considering they were getting super close there to the last, to being 16th, where you never want to be there, especially if you're Ghost Gaming. RTG Esports, Frost, with all these teams that we ended up talking about, that we were wondering, was that like a one-off thing? Guess what? They decided to wake up here. RTG with 13 points and 19 Esports, even though you didn't pick them this round, they were able to get 12 points.
Finally, them getting able to get 12 points. But we're right now, we're in the halfway through the tournament, right? So now's the time to actually see what you've actually gathered. What kind of information have you gotten from all of these games we've played so far and show up big time? And that's what we've seen from some of these teams. They're just a little bit of a slow starter, but now they're coming up a little bit bigger here. Now, towards the bottom here, though, Next Rear Gaming with 0 points and UDR kills. I did not expect Next Rear to go down there on 0. But what team did you predict against, Evan? I can't recall.
I heard Guns, right?
Oh, yeah. I said Guns.
Was it Guns?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Production's talking to me? Okay, yeah. They can confirm he said Guns.
Okay.
Nice. I thought I said Alpha 7, but all right, I'll take it.
Yeah, he said Guns then. All right. Now, we see a few teams here, of course, bumming out with very few points. But hey, it's the last game of the day. It's time to just reset your mindset, go back, look back. What happened today? What happened yesterday? What can we do better tomorrow?
To pay Frost off to not predict you to do well in a game, then maybe you can start to show up here. Let's take a look, though. If you missed any of the matches over the course of today, we'll give you a quick little recap of who won which of the matches. And again, we've seen some big standouts. We've seen some big step-ups out of a couple teams in particular. Konita Power doing extremely well. You know, honestly, Team Onyx, considering they were 16 plays at the start of the day, I didn't expect them to get a chicken dinner, but I also didn't necessarily expect them to be able to have the best stats on a chicken dinner.
I completely agree with that. I mean, the damage, obviously, they had to heal more, but the kills, too, 12 kills. What happened to this team? And also in Miramar, I would expect some stuff like this to happen in Sanhok, where it's usually a little bit crazier, but for it to happen in Miramar, I'm impressed. Hopefully they can maybe end up getting another chicken dinner, or was this maybe like a one-off, Ross?
I'm hoping it's not a one-off, because it was also an urban ending, so it's one of the hardest endings to play, because normally you're going to have so many people alive, there's going to be so many angles to hold, but being able to win off a urban ending and being able to put up those kind of big numbers as they did there, that's super impressive no matter which team it is. And right now, seeing a team like Team Onyx being able to do that, that tells me that they can do even better on the other maps when we have normal endings.
Okay. Well, you know what? It's time to move on with our show and put the prediction game out there for both of you two of who you think our MVP of day 2 was. 7. Who do you think it was?
I don't know the player's name, but somebody from Konita Power.
Okay. I think you mean Nomi. I'm gonna assume you mean him. What about you, Frost?
Yes.
I'm gonna go with Freak from Guns.
Okay, well, you're clearly looking at the stats page here, so we're just going to go through the MVP of who it was, because there's no way you would have guessed Freak. I know how you think. And I saw your eyes look over to your other screen. So
he did look away.
The whole time.
He totally looked away real quick.
Hey, look at that. I got it right. My predictions are back. Thank you.
Frost
now tomorrow.
All right.
Well, now tomorrow, Freak is going to have probably the worst game of his career, the worst day of his career. So, Freak, you know who to hit up over on Instagram. But yeah, Freak able to pull things through for Guns. And again, the funny thing is for me, Frost, day 1, match 1, you're like, Guns, they're going to win the game. They got knocked out 16th place.
15th.
15th place. Okay, 7's at Alpha 7. They got knocked out 16th place then. But for them to bounce back, I think it shows some great fortitude for them, and obviously a team that you can't really sleep on.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean...
Sorry, he was looking at his stats page again, trying to see.
I know. He was double checking to make sure. He's like, hold on, let me check this real quick.
Look, I'm telling you, Guns, they had a slow start in the EMEA Championship just before this as well, but they came back super strong in the last day, got themselves up to a 2nd place. And this is just after day 2. We still have 2 more days, and if they can start pulling that off tomorrow, coming back super, super strong, that I believe they can do that. I want to see that happen, and I know that they can. They've shown us that in the past.
Just if they can do it here when the stakes are even higher than the EMEA Regional Championship, as we're now going to look at our overall standings. Now, keep in mind, Destiny was the #1 team at the start of the day, but I can tell you with sure confidence they're definitely not going to maintain a #1 positioning after the performance. They fall in 5 slots, but Konina Power going up 8 positions here, 7.
That is super impressive. And what was crazy too is that if you go back to the end of the day yesterday, we were kind of talking about Konina Power, they ended the day being really impressive. We saw some of their players too. And something to keep in mind too is today for Konina Power, Gonzo did end up sitting out, I believe, the whole day. So I wonder tomorrow on day number 3 if they're going to go ahead and continue with the same squad that they had today, because I mean, so far it's working. They're able to tie there in first place next year Gaming with 106 points too. And at the moment, Konina Power is being able to put the most kills. Something that I do want to mention as well is Alpha 7 being able to push themselves up here for 3rd place, representing Brazil, and they're currently the only team with double chicken dinners. Frost?
Hey, I'm just going to say Chivas Esports from Mexico being able to put themselves up on a 4th place. I did not expect that, but they've been surprising me time after time after time, and they're so good. I just want to see more from them. I just want tomorrow to be here right now.
Yeah, and I mean, we have 19 Esports, right? They did have that goose egg. We're just not going to talk about that anymore. But for them to be able to maintain that 5th place and at least stay within striking distance at the halfway mark, I feel like that's huge. Destiny completely just fell off for me today. Not sure what happened there with them. But hey, 6th place, you got to at least give them some credit. RTG, another one of those teams. We saw them get a chicken dinner on the first match of this tournament, and then after that, we haven't really heard much. But to be fair to them, they have been able to step it up a little bit, at least over the last 2 games, or at least over the last game here today. And then we have Team Queso. Team Queso, not sure what's going on there. I honestly expected this team to be within the first page, at least within the top 8, trying to battle Brazil with A7, and they're currently in 9th place with 69 points. UDR Killers, they've been quiet, but hey, they're still being able to put up 67 points. And the next one, Rod, being able to climb up even 4 more points today. This team, I'll say it again, they're really gone from the team that people were going to pick on to now the team that people have to be aware of, because, hey, if you run into them, there's a high chance that they're going to end up winning that engagement, Frost.
Yeah, I mean, they had an awful start yesterday in the first 4 games, but in the last game, we saw them coming back together, getting that 5th place with 6 kills, and it's just been continuing that way today, and that's why we're seeing them pushing themselves up here right now. Now, going further down, we have La Cronostra. Not too great, but at the same time, if you look at it, the points, they're not that far behind. Same goes with Clash. And we saw them, of course, Clash got a win today as well. A few of the teams you can see on this page having a win that shows you. I don't think it's a one-time thing from these teams. I think that they have the potential. They just haven't been a little bit unlucky with the circles, with the rotations and so on. All of these teams have been playing phenomenally in at least 1 or 2 games. So that's what you want to see. You want to see the potential, because then you know that they have it in them and they can bring it back here if they need to.
Well, luckily for them, they still have 2 days to do so. Let's take a look at the schedules for you guys at home to see what Battlegrounds will be played when, and of course, what time the entire show does start off. But I will say this to let you know what you see on your screen in just a second. It is 10:30 a.m. CDT. However, we still have the East Conference, which comes on before the West Conference. If you don't want to see it live, you can always check the VODs out. And I can tell you right now from experience from working the show that it's definitely something you want to tune in and check out. But make sure you guys are back here yet again. We have Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel once again. It'll be the same way every single time. And gentlemen, I think I'm really enjoying West, to be honest. I mean, I can't really be biased since I'm working both shows, but it is so cool to see so many teams in close proximity of each other, getting so close to passing each other up. And honestly, it's going to come down to that final game, and I'm feeling it in my bones. It's going to come down to that final match to see who takes that $250,000 for charity.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we've been noticing, right? Especially you working East as well. You know what's going on over there and which team is kind of running away with it. In this one, so far, I mean, except for Alpha 7, so far we have had every team or almost different teams get a chicken dinner. Heck, even our last place team got a chicken dinner, and who would have expected that? So tomorrow is going to come down to which team is going to be able to step it up. I know one that I keep talking about, Ghost Gaming. I mean, they're the main NA team, right? Besides 19 Esports, I mean, they are from Canada, and then Chivas, but which we don't really ever see them. With Ghost Gaming, when is it going to be time to wake up? Luckily for them, they're currently only about, I believe it's 21 points behind 7th place, but if they're not able to wake up early tomorrow, I don't know what's going to happen with that team.
Yeah, they got to start off straight away tomorrow. And that's not just them. It's a lot of the teams actually coming in here. Because now we're halfway through the whole tournament. So you got all the information you need. You have to have found your spot in this lobby by now. You need to know, how do you play it out? How are you going to do to grab as many points as possible?
Yeah, hopefully all the teams and all of you viewers at home have your alarm clock set so you can make sure to tune into the show live and see all the action breaking down. That is the end of day 2. We'll be back yet again tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. CDT for day 3 for the PUBG Mobile World Invitational, powered by Gamers Without Borders, and we'll see you guys then.